us on live, and then I am going to add your audio source, and I want to see if the stream is going to pick up. Us on live, and then I am going to add your audio source, and I want to see if the stream is going to pick up.
Was an auto kill, you know what I mean?
Yeah, if the
Assuming there's some kind of weird thing that makes them like higher AC or some bullshit. Was an auto kill, you know what I mean?
yeah, if the
Assuming there's some kind of weird thing that makes them like higher AC or some bullshit. Was an auto kill, you know what I mean?
yeah, if the
Assuming there's some kind of weird thing that makes them like higher AC or some bullshit.
Alrighty, hello everybody, welcome to the Forsaken Folks, a 5e D&D campaign set in a medieval time where somebody let off a necrotic nuke and it fucked up the world. Wait, give me a second, guys. Give me a second. Something is really bad. I can hear myself.
That is the worst.
Probably something needs to be turned off. Probably.
Yeah, let me go into properties. So that
I'm glad
is-
he just confirmed something for us, so that's nice.
Let me. Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Why am I hearing myself? Am I gonna? Is this the end? Set in a medieval time where somebody let. Do I have? Oh, you know why I can hear myself? And it fucked up the world. Wait, give me. You guys want to know why I can hear me? Yeah. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Scuffed Podcast.
That is the worst.
It's your host, Grug W.
Get it twisted.
Get it twisted. Gamble, you will win every single time. But yeah, thanks. Thank you guys for tuning in. I am your host, DM Mega. I also go by L Holiday on all of the Destiny, the streamer platforms like Reddit, his special website DGG. Usually, if you see L and Holiday somewhere, it's probably me saying some out of pocket shit. But yeah, thanks for joining me, guys. Today, our group is heading to the south of the map. As I said before, this is a post-apocalyptic world where there was a big-ass nuke that went off and destroyed everything and made things either undead or totally warped and fucked up. They're heading to the south to see what sort of fucked up things are down there. I believe at the end of your previous session, you guys found some pretty fucked up stuff, right? I think you guys found some, like, weird frog pug creatures.
They're the homies.
Yes. I actually found some cool. I found some cool tokens to use for you guys for them. There are.
Are you the one who can talk to him?
I think one person here speaks Aquan, and they are the communicator. I think.
Yeah, I speak primordial.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the rabbit, right?
Yeah, check it out.
Rabbit
Look,
on
look what I found, guys. It's for their tokens. Check it out.
Okay, let me see.
Wow, I can't see
Where's
anything.
that? Yeah, I'm in the black void right now with a green background.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I got you. Let me give you guys vision. Boop.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that guy. Look at that. Look at that sausage. He's just like.
Oh god, is that one of those like those Logan Paul NFT scam things?
Yes.
Wait.
Crypto
I knew
Zoo.
it.
Yeah. Buy
Crypto
now.
Zoo, I
Buy
knew it.
now. I got those guys. But then you guys will be meeting the other lady, and I also have some really fucked up mosquito goblin tokens. So that's gonna be a lot
Oh,
of fun.
so I wasn't guessing wrong. They are literally mosquito goblins. That's horrible.
Yes.
Anything plus a mosquito is wrong.
Well, they're pretty friendly. If you don't have blood in your body, but if you have blood in your body, you're gonna be.
Of course, that's why I like the.
I knew I should have gone as a construct.
I also got this guy right here. This is for their elite guard. Check it out.
Holy.
Look at him. He's so strong.
Jesus
I just noticed the
Christ.
token.
His strength overwhelming.
Jesus Christ.
And then I got this one for their druids. He's
No, they were hyping up the queen, but she may not be just like a slightly bigger pug.
she's not
That
a
is
pug
exactly
at all.
what she'll be.
She's not a pug at all. So
She's a boxer.
yeah, this is her token. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Look at that.
Great, at least a great name, right?
Coming on.
It's Ash from League of Legends. No, not sponsored. But
Look, if you want to give us an overpowered lead character, I'm not gonna complain.
Ash is so fucking strong right now with static shit. God fucking damn it. But league aside, also I just made it into silver, guys. So everybody clap for me.
It won't be forever. Clap, 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 clap.
Shut up.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
I refuse to promote that degenerate lifestyle.
It's so good. But league aside, Ash aside, we find the party. I believe you guys had just finished a long rest with the Puggywug creatures, the strange, diminutive, like 2 to 3 feet tall, hobbled over, probably closer to 2.5 feet tall, hobbled over like frog-like creatures that had the face of a pug. They're pale-skinned, very surprisingly furry, and they wield these little spears, and they also have like little like dog claws on their hands. They have like little paw pads too, so it's kind of cute. But they're also very pale, and they have like glass over eyes, and they also have like those pug bug eyes. So it's pretty disgusting when you look at them for too long. But if you look at them from the corner of your eye, they kind of look cute, you know?
Are they mutated?
Oh yeah, they are mutated to fuck. I mean, unless my understanding is there is no existing like pug frog creatures in 5e, so they are definitely fucking mutated.
I mean, like, do they stand upright or do they like just crawl?
They stand upright.
Or hop. Okay, that's not as bad as them hopping like frogs. That'd be.
No, they do hop like frogs, but they.
I mean, but they aren't like belly down all the time.
Yeah. I mean, occasionally they do when they're marking territory, which they've done a few times. But,
Yes.
yeah. But you guys wake up in the morning time. You have not been impaled and stuck on their pikes or their spears. Two members of the party look kind of weird. They look like they just were transported from a totally different part of the map, including Jacob, who woke up with a fucking glaive. How that happened, who knows? Jacob, when you wake up in the morning, you hear like a bit of a cackling laughter as you wake up, and your hand is like gripping this glaive. This glaive has like a pale wooden haft. It looks like it was maybe made from some of the wood of these dead trees that are out and about out here. At the top of the haft is a large tooth. It has like a pale, like yellow tint to it, as if it came from like a giant predator's mouth. It's pretty sharp at the end, and you find that you don't need to. Usually, with all your weapons and stuff, you have to sharpen it. Like every once in a while. With this weapon, it doesn't seem like it needs any like wear and tear done to it. It seems like it's pretty self-sufficient. And then like in between the wooden shaft and the tooth up top is a tuft of fur. What kind of fur it is, you're not sure, but it feels very coarse to the touch.
What does it smell like?
Buffalo ass. Beast of burden.
That's what I like.
Yeah. It smells like beast of burden, pretty much.
I always want to tell Funakoshi about. Okay, so we ran into these flying enemies just for future reference. They were the size of rhinos, literally. So that's the thing that can happen now.
Mm-hmm. Are you guys talking
sorry,
about
what
my
can happen now?
my
I
brine
dropped out a
eagles?
little
Yeah. No, don't worry about it. It's fine.
Okay. I'll tell you later.
Sure.
If it becomes relevant again.
During
Right.
the last expedition, or during this expedition's previous session, they were ambushed by some rhino-sized, rhino-looking bird creatures that descended from the sky and proceeded to impale everybody in the party. It was pretty rough. But hey, it's everybody made it out alive. That's pretty good, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I will be helping Saphir with diplomacy. I will be giving him my best persuasion / potentially deception, or maybe even intimidation. Saphir likes to intimidate people, so. Or is that like was that robot you? No, that was robot you. Never mind.
Are we hanging out with Pollywogs now?
Yeah, we're with two of them.
Yes.
Sure.
You guys had a strange thing happen. As you were going to bed last night, you guys heard some screaming and some meaty squelching. And then when you looked where it came from where Imrig was. And where Imrig was, Funakoshi was there. Not quite sure what happened. Not quite sure where Imrig currently is. You probably spend a decent amount of time looking for him in the morning time, and you're unable to find him. But
Not a single second.
yeah. Oh well. I see.
I'm probably more like nervous of like Funakoshi because I seen him since he's been fully mutated with spikes and shit.
Yeah, I mean, you guys all stay in the same place. Funakoshi, you went to sleep in the bunker, and you were you would be the first one out of this party to basically have been there when the magic protection completely dropped. and everybody started freaking the fuck out. People immediately, some people immediately started convulsing. Other people turned. Yeah, it's pretty bad in there. I don't know how you made it here. I imagine you probably.
I think I ran for it.
Yeah, yeah, that's how I'm thinking too.
I think I used my new amulet of for tracking to find the party that's currently out and let them know what the situation is and how dire it's gotten, and to underline how important this is.
Yes, I mentioned in the Discord that I was going to talk about mechanics when it comes to the vault post protection. So basically, what happens is once you lose protection, the vault, as like a population, are going to have to make con saves on a weekly basis.
Fuck.
Much like you guys, they will eventually either die or acclimate, one of the two. Their con save is affected by several different things, including resources. Your resource acquisition that some of you have been doing and others have not will affect these con saves on a weekly basis. Also, depending on how many groups you are currently at war with. So the party that went and dealt with the troglodytes actually helped with that. Because you lowered your, I guess the right word would be for it, your wanted level a little bit. So there's less of a feeling of faction danger. The number of factions you're currently in conflict with affected. The amount of resource acquisition you've gotten also will affect it. At the current, I believe the only resources that you guys have actually secured is the mutated cows, I believe. I don't believe you have yet secured any food or water resources. So that's
We secure some wargs now too, so that helps.
I don't think that's going to help your population.
Is
Fair.
it reasonable for us to gather water for the entire vault?
You will need to find a source of water.
Yeah. Okay.
So you're going to need to find a location that has water that is drinkable, which is going to be pretty difficult considering that a pretty decent amount of the bodies of water around here have been turned into gelatin. So
Yeah,
gonna be-
the
is it
river
gonna-
next to us now, it's fine, probably. Or-
yes,
gonna-
probably.
He's gonna be in the cave or a sealed well, most likely.
So I will leave that to you guys actually as our first players to be experiencing the fog badness. The first group since the magic spell to give me that con save. One out of the
yes.
four of you poor bastards are going to have to roll a d20, and let me pull up your modifiers here.
I have a +4, and I probably need to roll because I just came out the vault.
Well, it's not your con, it's the vault's con.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, it's on us to roll for the vault? Jesus.
Let
Oh,
me-
that's dirty.
Yes,
That's
every week's
dirty.
group is going to roll. I just need
I thought,
to.
I thought you meant background rolls. That's dirty. So
No,
dirty.
Yes.
I need to pull up your relationships to see how much tribes you're at war with. You are
No, we-
currently at war with.
we just wiped out the warg riders, to be fair, so that's one less.
No, you did not wipe them out. You killed a contingent of them and pissed them off, so they're going to stop raiding your vault. Yeah, that's the downside is because you guys killed them, they're now considered your enemies. The upside is you killed you took care of the troglodytes. I call them foglodites because it's very campaign specific. So that's one less group that you're at war with, which is nice. So currently you're just warring with the warg riders and the fog goblin legion. As well as the overall undead faction. But you're always going to be at war with them, so that's not really going to affect this. So we have two people you're at war with, so that's going to put you at DC 12. And then let me check for your other modifiers for your food and stuff. So you have Beast of Burden, which is really nice, because that's going to help when it comes to farm stuff. That helps morale because it shows that it's possible that you can farm. You also have found a new home location that's going to help as well. So I give you a +1 for finding the new home that has. Oh God, Prime, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm being fucking nuked by a jet overhead. No, it's all good.
So far you are at a +2/1 for the new home, with the promise of food and water, and then you have 1 for your beast of burden. So you are currently at a +2 for your con roll. Let me double check and make sure there's no any other elements that could help you. Can anybody think of any reason why your vault citizenship wouldn't just lose their mind before you make this con save?
Do our allies matter at all?
That is a really good point. You now have kobold allies, and
And
you
we
don't.
have
Also-
the lady in the mountain.
I feel like
Yes.
also Emmerich bringing in like I'm pretty sure the guy was well known, the druid guy who was the former advisor to the king, Maxwell's father and shit, and like I'm assuming Emmerich goes back to the vault and like gives tell of that, and then the rumors spread about.
So that is
there was,
3
like-
allies. Is what you're saying. You have 3 sources of allies.
Does the tower count?
This myths, I suppose, in the tower.
Yep.
In the
That was
mage,
close,
maybe.
yeah.
So that is 4 sources of allies, 2 sources of hope. So that is going to be a +6. Mr. Funakoshi, I cannot think of any other factors. Go ahead and give me that D20 +6 and roll higher than the 12, please. Jesus Christ, roll higher than the 12. Okay. Whew.
Nice.
Okay. So basically what happens is, because you beat that DC by more than 10, you are not going to lose any population members, and I am going to tick up your I have a player/faction world relationship scale. Where are you guys currently with the vault citizenship? You are currently at a what is this? Give me a second. I'm looking. Enhance. A 4, and I ticked it up to 5. With your vault, with the survivor population, you can go up to like a 10. So you're like halfway to the max of the player scale. Let me double check and see. Okay, so when you hit +5, which you just did with that roll, you are going to gain what is called a hero status for our player set. So once per day, you can re-roll a d20.
Oh, all of us?
Yes,
Inspiration.
everybody. Yeah.
Oh, we get inspiration. Sweet.
Yes. At +7, you will gain something, and then at +10, you will gain something as well. It's all of these benefits are like exclusive to the tiers, so you will have this d20. The next one you're gonna have another benefit, and the next one's gonna be another separate benefit. So, pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, those things are
Somehow,
kinda shitty.
despite the magics failing, people convulsing, Emmerich is able to come back, use his minor restoration magics to sort of put people in comas, magically induced comas. Yeah, also, I think that is another benefit as well. You have your allies with the kobolds, your allies with the tower, your allies with the what's that fucking monstrosity that lives in the cave above your mountain?
The lady on the mountain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Queen of Diamonds.
you guys are doing pretty good. I don't know why Canis and Jacob decided to go to war with another faction, but hey, that's pretty good.
Let's be honest, this was more Boro than anyone else.
Yeah, Boro came out big dick swinging, and it didn't work. And then,
Well, it worked. It just, I mean, you got to do what you got to do, right?
and to be fair, they should understand that 4 of us can kill like 50 of their men now,
Yeah.
and they want our bots. So that's kind of his second dick swing should work, because we just killed the last one that didn't work with.
We'll see how well that works for you. But on to today's expedition. Let me double check about there we go. Oh, you guys are just posting memes in the chat. Stop posting memes. When you guys are awake in the morning time, you have a Funikoshi where Emmerich was. And Funikoshi, sitting sort of haphazardly in a little satchel on top of your head when you wake up, is a rather large azure blue seed. Very strange. It smells slightly of fruit, but also slightly of death. It's a very strange, sickly sweet smell coming from this this little bag.
I suppose we inspect.
Yeah, I mean, if you open it up and you look at it, it's the same seed that they've been talking about for quite some time.
Okay. I'll just, without touching it, I'll throw up a nature check. Just see what I can pick up.
You get very conflicted vibes from this. Just by studying it, looking over it. You feel like in its current state, if you were to like break this down, it'd probably be better as like a toxin than it would be as a medicine.
Okay.
So like you could probably grind this seed up and use the paste to like slap on somebody and like cause them to die, or like grind or mix it with water and maybe make some poisons with it or something like that.
Okay, that's interesting. I suppose if we have a bunch of these, we can use them for poisons, but this seems too valuable.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty much what you get for your 16 nature check. Yeah, you guys wake up in the morning time. You have a Funikoshi instead of an Emery. The two dog, frog-like creatures are up and ready with their loincloths and their spears, and they're asking you guys, all right, are you ready to go?
Yeah, let's get the fuck out
I
of
hate
here.
the voice you gave him, but alright, yeah, let's go.
All right, let's get out of here. I believe I named one of them like Kermit. What's a good name for a frog? Give me a second. D&D 5...
Kermit the Frog here.
Hold on, wait.
Here's Avalon.
I see Celeste. Yeah, let's go with Kermit and Celeste. Will be your...
Chud Logic.
Wendy the woman?
Yeah.
Stop
How
it,
about
guys.
Ribbit? Croaker,
Plus,
Jumpy, Puddle,
We're
Kermit.
going with Celeste and Kermit, okay? Like I want to do right now. I wish to Kermit. But as you guys wake up in the morning time, you feel pretty chill. Let me double check and make sure you don't have any environmental hazards on this day. I feel like you do.
I feel like we don't.
No, you don't. So, as far as the weather is concerned, it's the same muggy, uncomfortable, choking sensation as you guys are used to when you're out here in the fogs. The only difference is you notice once you transitioned into the marshland, unlike marshland, which is usually humid, pretty hot, lots of buzzing bugs stinging at you and everything. This marshland is more like slush. The temperature dropped pretty darn low once you transition from the grasslands to the marshlands. You in particular, Saphir, I believe you and Funikoshi, because he technically has like whisker-like appendages now. You guys wake up with like moisture frozen at the end of your various whiskers. It feels pretty rough. It feels pretty bad. Sleeping on the ground itself is probably not a good idea because you're going to wake up covered in frozen mud, which I imagine is pretty bad for frostbite. So, those of you who don't have bedrolls, you might be fucked during this expedition. Does everybody have bedrolls?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah,
We
I have
should.
my special bedrolls
We
for
should,
those
and
spikers
wor-
and-
worst case, I can turn the two-person tent into like an emergency bedroll.
Yeah. I mean, the tent itself is going to help. So, but yeah, you find a lot of the mud that you come across is more like slush. And I believe I'm looking at my notes from the previous expedition. You guys did come across that frozen boat, right?
And we left it the fuck alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw it, but we didn't approach.
Alrighty, just making sure. You guys wake up in the morning time, brush the frozen mud off of your clothes, shake yourselves together, and then those two frog creatures, we lead you on. I believe Mr. Imrig was our navigator. We are going to need to find a new navigator. The navigator is going to be given advantage on their checks just due to these two creatures leading you. But we're still going to need a navigator.
Probably Jacob, yeah.
Yeah.
I've only got a +2, so it's not great.
So
Well,
you
Is
need
it survival?
Survival or nature.
I
as
have
long as you
5
have
to survival.
proficiency.
Oh,
And if it's a check, I have +7.
So,
all right, it sounds like
Sounds
him.
like we got a winner. Yeah.
we have a
I'll give you advantage.
He already has advantage from the frog creature, so you can just act as a third watcher.
So with the thingy, I get +2 to survival. Am I proficient in survival checks, or it doesn't provide me a proficiency? It's just +2, right?
Yeah, it doesn't give you proficiency.
Okay. So this, but instead of +5, +7.
Okay, 21 for your navigation check. And your-
23.
23, gotcha. Because you got the +2 from your, I believe
Amulet,
it was,
yeah.
amulet. Let me double check and make sure nothing interesting happens. Okay, since you passed your DC by more than 5, you are going to get an extra hex movement today. I believe you guys are moving at normal speed.
Yep.
Mhm.
So Nav is going to be Funa, and he got a 23, and I believe this is. I'm trying to see. You guys started at Hardsteel Tower, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, we fast traveled and went straight down.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, so that was the end of the third day. I'm just making sure. That's going to be problematic because you guys are starting to run out of food. You only had 5 days worth of rations.
Oh shit! So I'm technically arriving from the wolf. How much food is it reasonable for me to have? 10, right?
Maxwell started giving out 5, but if you asked for
Oh.
10, he would give you 10.
I'm just wondering if that would, like, if I'm, the story is I just sprint out to get to the party, would it be reasonable for me to bring more than 5? I guess that's up to you. I'm not sure.
Roll me a
Like-
d20. Highs
Sure.
or lows, man. Before.
Womp womp.
Yeah, I'm gonna say.
Yeah, no bonus for
Yeah.
yeah, no worries.
I'm gonna say not only did you not think to bring any more for the other party members, but you definitely only have 5 yourself.
Sure.
Um,
I bring like 10, but then I munch like so much on the way here.
yeah, those quills, man, they take so much energy up.
Okay, so how many days have we moved
3.
from Hardsteel Tower? 3 days?
Yeah.
So we should have 2 rations left.
Mm-hmm. Until you start starving to death.
I hope these bug frogs are tasty.
They better break bread with us.
Sure. Okay. Navigation 23 for Funikoshi, so you're going to get an extra hex movement. So today you can move 4 hexes. Your extra hex movement is going to take place during day phase number 3. So your evening time is going to be +1. Okay.
So
Mhm.
where are we roughly heading?
Due south.
We're heading south, right?
Yes,
Okay,
across that bridge. Mr. Saphir, Mr. Jacob, Mr. Canis, go ahead and give me those 3 perception checks, 1 for each day phase. So, got a 10. A
Wow,
12,
mid rolls.
10.
Well, the first one was a performance, not a perception.
Oh, true.
So that would be
Okay.
+4 to that roll. I just take that 12 and
16.
count as, oh, fuck it, you keep the 24. So you crit that. Canis, you got a 14. Go ahead and give me 2 more Canis. And then Jacob, give me all 3 of yours, please.
Mm-hmm.
Canis wants to die, apparently, except for during the evening time. Canis, are you muted?
No, I wasn't saying anything though.
I got you.
I was eating, so I was muted. Like, everyone hear like
No, you
food
straight.
noises.
Yeah, I was just making sure you weren't speaking, you weren't here. But you straight there.
Oh no, I saw that one. I cringed a little bit. But...
Yeah, it is what it is. Okay. Ooh, that first day phase might net you a unique encounter. Let me double check. So we have
Yes, we love these.
15, and 24. I think that is. I think that counts. Let me double check.
You don't need to double check. It obviously counts.
I need to double
Okay.
check. Yeah,
Just give us the big monster. It's fine.
Nope. Too short. Man. Almost. That 14 is what boned you. Thanks, Canis. Fucking spellcasters, man. But with that being said, with these two frog creatures leading you, they're able to help you, Mr. Funikoshi, as you're taking on this unfamiliar role. Because I don't believe, I think one other time you have taken on the navigator's role before, but typically you're better suited to being a watchman. These two frog creatures make it easier for you to be able to navigate in these frozen marshlands. You notice that their furry hides seem to insulate themselves from the pretty close to freezing temperatures that exist out here in the slushy mud. And go ahead and give us that first hex movement of the day.
Guess we're going here.
Yes. As you navigate over there, you can see something that's relatively disturbing. You can hear little goblinoid chittering coming from the south. Who got the highest perception? Yeah, Mr. Saphir. Your ears are the first ones to pick up on it. You can sort of see like maybe about a mile and a half away or so from your current location as you stand in front of the bridge. You can see like the silhouette and small pitter-patterings and movements of creatures on what looks to be a farmstead, bordering the river that the bridge crosses.
Would it be this one or this? Okay, so this?
Yes. If you look due south, you see like far, far off in the distance, the peaking towers of what you imagine to be like a keep.
Alrighty. I'll tell the party what I hear over in that farm, and suggest we just keep moving.
Agreed. We have bigger fish to fry.
As you turn your back towards the farm, you can also hear like the clashing of weapons, and the shouting. Does anybody in here speak Goblinoid?
No, Pepe hands.
No, I'm so sorry. As you turn your back, you hear some clashing, and you imagine there's probably some sort of argument going on between two bull-headed goblins. That maybe one of them wants to eat the frog people, but the other one doesn't. Who knows? But the translation is lost upon you. As you begin to cross the bridge, you move into your second day phase. Let me just double check to make sure nothing comes to gank you during the first one. Ooh. Okay. Nothing happens during your first day phase. Go ahead and give me that second day phase as you move across this bridge. I believe it was Mr. Funikoshi who mentioned about finding a water source that wasn't contaminated or turned into sludge or gelatin, like much of the waterways. Unfortunately, as you cross this bridge and you get closer to the water, you can hear that sort of familiar, disturbing, like lapping / sucking sound of the water. As you look below you, and you can see it's like sort of like gelatin as it laps across like the riverbed. You can see sediment being pulled along with it as the water moves, more like blood than it does like water. I don't know if that means you can't drink the water, but at the very least, it looks like it's not safe to drink.
Yeah, it means we're probably not testing it.
Yeah, as you move across the bridge, you see that this bridge made out of stone was set here long ago, and it seems like it's holding up relatively well despite being in disrepair for about the better part of a decade. But you can see that that disrepair has sort of taken its toll. The time that's gone by since the whole cataclysm happened, as well as the abnormal weather events has worn down several parts of it. You can see there are missing chunks here and there that you have to step around. Parts that you imagined some time ago have fallen into the gelatin-like waters below. As you cross over the bridge, go ahead and give me that second day hex movement, Mr. Funakoshi. And then our watchman's perception checks are going to come into play. Let me check and see what they have on average. Thank you for that 5.
They're really bad.
That's going to help. Divided by 3. Average of 10. Oh, joy. Let me see if I can move you guys over to a map. Where is my mappers? Man, this might be kind of rough, guys. I don't know. Where is my smart map? My smart map. Yeah, right there. That's a good one, I think. Yeah, that's good. That's real good. I will drag you guys over to my swamp map, and then we gotta talk, guys. There's some shenanigans going on over here. There we go. Can you guys see the map?
Yep.
Yes.
Cool beans. I want you guys to place yourselves where you would be if you were, let's say, here. And I will place some little frog creatures for you guys.
Are we heading from which direction? North, east, southwest?
Yes, you are heading from north to south.
Okay. I think I'm up here with the.
Yes. I think they would be flanking on either side. So let me do this. And then I will grab him. Yeah, it's just this way, man. Come on. Get rid of that box. And then I'll do some shenanigans.
Man, I sure hope some shenanigans doesn't happen in these swamps. Like a multiplicating Funakoshi.
Where would these creatures be? Who has the highest passive perception? Matter of fact, can everybody just call me out their passive perception, please?
14.
We got a 14.
15.
14 and 15?
Mhm.
Oh. Mr. Cadence, what is your passive perception?
14.
14. What about you, Jacob?
10.
Oh, fuck. Okay, let me roll for these creatures. It is what it is, right? Sometimes you lose games. Let me go grab these creatures for you guys. Basically, you're going to be mauled by a bunch of creatures that don't like you all. Let's go with 1, 2. Oh, there's so many variants of these creatures. Oh my god. They are totes adults, guys. How you guys feel about lizards in this party?
Great source of protein. Yeah, we're running low of food.
It depends on the lizard.
As you guys crossed over the bridge, you entered in a pretty wet part of the marshlands. For the most part, you've been encountering little puddles here and there, but this part has some particularly deep puddles, almost like small lakes. And when you come across this section, Canis, Saphir, Funakoshi, you three will see eyes appear around you, out of the water. Mr. Canis, you're from the astral plane, so you probably want to be familiar with this, but you would know danger when you see it. Eyes looking at you from the water is probably not a good thing. Mr. Saphir, you are from the farmlands. I imagine you have some dealing with reptilian creatures, in particular crocodiles. And Funakoshi, I am not quite sure where your character is from region-wise.
Big vagabond all over.
Yeah.
Never settling in one place for too long.
So you would be relatively familiar with crocodiles. So when you see the eyes, you would be able to basically act on the first turn. I'm going to pull up the turn order. I want you guys to go ahead and roll me your initiative. During this first turn, everybody with a passive perception that is lower than 10 will not be able to act. So the Puggy-Wugs and Jacob are going to be effectively surprised. But the other party members will be able to go. But still give me your initiative, Jacob, because you're going to be able to go after this turn. And then let me roll for the Puggy-Wugs. These guys have that. Slash RD20 plus 2 plus 5. There we go. And then I will roll for. Okay. Yep. So they have plus 0 to their initiative. Candace, stop rolling initiative. God damn it. Let's see this. So we're gonna take your first roll, right, Candace? It's gonna be a 15. Yep, gotcha. You already fixed it. D20. Okay, 14. As these creatures' eyes appear around you, and you see them sort of raising up from the water, the various waters that are surrounding you guys, you will notice that they are not all the same color. Some of them are yellow, some of them are red, and some of them are blue. Let me finish this up.
Are those goddamn gators? That's what you hear, Candace.
Yeah, they kind of look like like somebody spilled an art project on some reptiles. Let me go here. So let's go. So let's do, yes, so 2, 6. Okay, gotcha. Can you guys hear the battle music? It's really low.
No.
Rain.
Oh yeah, just the rain. It's like that.
There we go.
Hear it now.
Alright.
Now we're in danger.
There we go. I don't even know I had rain. It's not even raining. Let's see. Go. Is that? Go. Is that? Okay. Grab these guys. This. Okay. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Okay, cool beans. Let me go ahead and put the initiative in descending order. Boop. Alrighty, Mr. Saphir. What will trigger this encounter is you are going to see. Boop. Oh, can you not see that? I don't think you can.
I can see it.
Okay, yes.
Is that only one?
That is the one you see currently.
Gotcha.
You can see really eyes from behind him, but you can't quite see bodies yet in the gelatin-like water.
What color is this one?
I will get that for you in just a second. Let's go. Where is it? That guy is going to be red.
It's gonna be red.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Um,
Is it just
And-
him?
Oh no, there you can tell there are several ones. You just can't see their bodies yet, but you can see eyes coming out of this pool of water. Several sets of eyes coming out of this pool of water. One behind you, here, and here. Pretty much every pool of water, except for the furthest one away, you can see eyes looking at you.
we probably want to keep the Puggy
Keep him
Wug
alive. Yeah.
Puggy Wugs alive. So
Yeah, good diplomacy. Don't kill your ambassadors.
don't let them die either. Yeah. 386. Interesting. Or 86. Actually, that's pretty low for an 86. Alright. I'm going to move here. But it's 10 feet of movement.
Mhm.
I'm going to stab this thing.
Alrighty, this creature looks up at you with eyes that are both like hazy, but also has like a very light hint of red in them. As you stab it in the head, this creature hisses at you, and when it does, you can smell sulfur and feel heat coming from its mouth. As you stab it for 7 points of piercing damage.
That was my ice spear, so
Mhm.
ice damage.
Yes, you notice that it's not extra effective to this creature.
Gotcha. I'm gonna use my offhand, my other spear.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, the 11 is going to miss. This creature's scaly hide, the spear sort of like drags across it. You can see slight sparks, which is very strange. You would think on a crocodile, the scales wouldn't be as metallic as they are.
Interesting. I'll use my extra attack now.
Alrighty. Was that your bonus action with that second one?
Yep.
Gotcha. Alrighty, give us one more thrust.
This will be my ice spear again.
Yes, that
And
one
I'll
is
miss.
going to slide completely away from this creature as it burps up a slight hint of flame, which is pretty worrying.
Gotcha.
Alrighty, Mr. Saphir, is that it for your turn?
How large is this? Is it like one tile or both?
Both.
Gotcha. I'm gonna move like here.
Yeah, it's actually more like this. It's a chunker.
I see.
Alrighty.
Then yeah, I'm gonna move here. Yeah.
Cool beans. Canis, you see this, and then on your turn, let's get you a different one. Right here, Canis. This guy pops out, and he is going to be. Let's see what variant he's going to be. This is fun. Ooh, he is electric blue. And he is staring down your paladin buddy.
Quick question: can we tell how deep the water is?
Pretty deep. When you look at it, you can see that it's deep enough for these guys to have been able to sink down to the bottom without being able to be seen from the top. Just by glancing at it, you can see it's at least like 10, maybe 15 feet deep.
Okay, 2 D4 4-foot dwarf to fighting. Got it.
On the edges, you could definitely fight on it, but when you like further in, like here, probably not.
Yeah.
Or you probably can see where I pinged, like here. Probably not here. Probably.
Yeah, Meg, I had a question. Just reminded me of your enlarge reduce rules, the new ones. They
Mhm.
still get the extra 1d4 to attack, right?
Yeah. Yes.
They just don't get the size increase till level 4.
until you cast it as a level 5 spell.
Right, but it's so yeah. So right now, level 3, they'll still. I mean, whatever. Level 2, they'll still get the extra 1d4. That's all I'm making sure.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. All right. In that case, I will be casting. Let me see how big this thing is. I'll be casting Shatter. Let me see. If I go here, it should hit this guy and this guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go a little bit lower so it doesn't clip the pug. I think I'll shoot it about like here.
Yes, that was a good decision because you will also
First-
hit this guy.
Yeah,
I
so
was
yeah,
trying
right
to
here.
get him so Saphir could see him when he first appeared over here. There was a large reptile in the water over here who was looking that when you came over here, Mr. Saphir, you could see him more clearly. So Canis is going to nuke in that spot. Let me get rid of this box. He's going to need that anymore. Alrighty, Canis, what is your DC?
Okay, let me see. It is a.
And it should be a con save, I believe.
It's a 16.
Yes, gotcha. Alrighty. So we are going to have one pass, two fails. So the electric guy is going to pass. And he is going to go ahead and roll us that damage first, and now the two guys are going to take full damage from this concussive blast.
Okay, I'm gonna add the mass to it.
Sure.
So 25.
25 points of damage. I think that is enough to outright kill the one that actually had a breath weapon. Thanks, Sims. And it is able to finish off the one that Mr. Saphir was fighting. As that one Mr. Saphir fighting is killed, you can feel the heat in the area increase for a split second as it goes inert and flips upside down. This one right next to you, Saphir, almost like detonates in a cloud of what looks to be like you imagine poisonous gases as it goes up into the air harmlessly. And then this guy is also going to take 25 and he is immediately killed.
Oh, these guys are not beefy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of them because they haven't even come out of the water the other directions.
Mm-hmm.
But for now, he's gonna move right here, kind of like making sure like the pugs are like behind him.
Yeah, you notice that the pugs are like terrified, but also impressed by your feat of magic, like they've never seen it before. Oh, that was awesome! Mr. Canis, I will give this to you as well. I think in the spirit of being giving today, I think you would have been able to look behind you, and you would have seen a bam. There we go. Right here, Canis. You ready? Ugh.
He definitely put himself in between there. Yeah, like right here.
Cool. Alrighty. Well done, Canis. Anything else?
Let me see. Well, I don't think Mantle of Glamour would do anything right now. We're pretty okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll save it in case we need it another turn.
Alrighty. Cool beans. Mr. Jacob, you see a red-scaled crocodile-like creature in the water floating above you, getting ready to come down. Looks like he's going to bite you. What do you do?
Oh, did you say I was surprised?
Oh, yes, so you actually don't get a turn. Funakoshi! Jacob is blown away by that shadow. He's moving on this turn, but you are able to move. What do you do?
So I'm able to see this
Wait
one
a minute,
part now.
Funakoshi. I think I rolled a 14 for these guys. I did roll a 14, so they're actually going to go before you do.
That's totally cool, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. 14, boop, and then let me put it back in descending order, and then I will skip. There we go, Draco Downs. Alrighty. We have a nice. Okay. So let me move this guy down. Boop. And he is going to make a beeline for Mr. Jacob. Urgh.
And I don't get reactions because I'm surprised, right?
Yes, you are surprised. He is going to bite you, Jacob.
Well, disadvantage on the first one, at least.
Yes, 2d20 plus 5. Loading. Ooh, I think that hits either way, right?
Yeah.
So that is going to be a 23 to hit. And he is going to deal. And then his modifier is +3. Alrighty, so that is going to be 10 points of piercing damage. 3 points of fire damage, and then 3 points of piercing damage for his attack modifier. As he latches onto
Okay.
you, and when he
All of
does,
Hold up.
the problem is you can't use silver bars once I roll the damage. You do it before I roll the damage roll. In the future, if you want to use silver barbs on an attack roll, you have to do it before the damage is rolled on.
Okay.
And then you are considered grappled and restrained, Mr. Jacob. DC 12, so you can either use your action to attempt a strength save to escape the grapple, or you can just attack while grappled and be with disadvantage. But this guy currently has you in his jaws, and I put a little net on you so we know that. The next one is going to come up out of the water over here. Let me go to this guy is another chunker. They're all chunkers, but this guy is a special chunker. Let's go with Code. And he is going to pop out. Boop. This one seems more icy than the rest. He is going to come out of the water. Straight for this Puggy Bug. And this poor bastard is going to get attacked. Slash R D20. D20 plus 5. 8. I believe these guys have high to 8 AC. They definitely do. This guy dodges out of the way.
Fuck.
The crocodile unable to grab him with his massive maw as he stands there in combat. And then next is going to be this guy. And you are going to be... Yeah, let's make you... Yeah. That's good. Boop. You can't see him that well because he's like blending in because he's also green. Let me put him on a token layer. There we go. He's going to come over here. Use his movement to dash. Boop. To get right beside Mr. Jacob. Ready to take a bite out of crime next turn. This next guy. Yeah, that shatter was really good. It killed a fuck ton of these dudes. If that shatter didn't go, yeah, if that shatter didn't go out, everybody would be getting grappled. There we go. Move you on to the token layer, and then move you down here as well. Boop. Hey, what's up, man? And then I think there's one more. Yeah, there's a lot of these guys. The good thing is they don't have that much HP, so they can die pretty quickly, but it's just a lot. And they're large, which is always fun. Here. Here. Alrighty. I think this one's going to go for Zephyr. Get out of the way. Oh yeah, take a bite out of crime. This lumbering lizard-like creature swims over and crawls onto the land, Mr. Zephyr. He is going to take a bite out of crime. Let's go for D20 plus 5. 8. That's going to totally miss as you bunny hop out of the way and boop him in the nose with your spear. And I believe that is all of the creatures that have gone so far. Make sure I'm not missing anyone. Yep, alrighty. Jacob, you are currently stunned. Funikoshi.
Just the last creature. So I'm gonna take an opportunity attack and move. Am I able to stand over here? Is this fine?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take an opportunity attack.
Mm-hmm. And he will gladly take it.
18 AC.
Mr. Canis, would you like to use your reaction to do a silver bar?
Yep.
Alrighty. So this creature would have snapped your muffin cap back, Mr. Funikoshi. But Canis at the last second says, "Duck out of the way!" giving you a second chance at life. What is your AC, Mr. It's 18, right?
18.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that last second shout is able to help you move out of the way.
And he has advantage
Oh,
now.
beautiful.
And he is going to give you advantage on your first attack roll, or you can choose to use it or not. It's just an advantage whenever you want to use it.
Okay, cool. I think that hopefully this was like somewhat coordinated and totally deliberate, and I knew that he had the silvery barbs.
Yes.
As we coordinate, I move into position, throwing down hand signs, and use my Arms of the Astral Self,
Ooh.
giving up 1 key point and doing 2d6 damage to anyone near me.
Yes, anybody within 10 feet of you, which I believe is going to be
And yeah, any enemies.
This guy?
All 3 of the.
this.
Yeah.
Yep, all 3 of them are going to need to make. I believe they need to make dexterity saving throws, which is their weakest save. So we'll start from top to bottom. 3d20 slash RD20. 3d20, and they have no mods to their dex saves, so they are fucked. That is going to be your DC is what? 14, 15.
15.
15. So we have pass. Okay, so they're going to take, I think they take 9. Yes, they have to succeed or take damage. They don't take half on the fail. So your arms come out, but these creatures do like a death roll and dodge all of the effects.
That's fine. I use my. Then I start punching things.
Mm-hmm.
So this was my
Bonus
action
action.
and my bonus action, and for my action, I'm gonna use my astral arms to punch stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm going for the one to the right, the one that's. It was like especially. That was the one you described as especially frosty, right?
Yes.
I'm punching that dude
Yes.
with a 21.
21 hits, and he's going to take 10 points of force damage.
Okay, cool. I get 2 punches, right? I should know this.
I don't think so, because you had to hit level
No,
5.
yeah,
with two.
True. Yep, that's my turn.
Alrighty. Kermit and the gang. They at first looked in awe when Canis one-tapped 3 creatures in one turn with a single spell. But then this guy came up and tried to snap one of their heads off, and he went, "Oh no!" This guy is going to act first. He is going to attack with a +4, and they have multi-attack. Neat. So let's go with... First, he is going to use his pug-like teeth to sink into this creature. D20 +4. 22, which is a hit. And he
What
is
a
going
beast.
to deal Special 1d4 +2. 1d4 +2. Boop. 3 points of piercing damage to this creature's hide. Boop. Then he is going to use his spear, like the protagonist that he is, and thrust once more. Missing this creature. Some frost goes off of this creature's eye as his spear slides across the scales. The one next to you, Canis, is going to say, "Stand back, I've got this!" And then he's going to
And you don't understand him at all.
make a bite. 20 hits. And he is going to deal 5 points of piercing damage to this one above you, Canis, dropping like 10% of its life. And then he's going to go in with a spear. The real protagonist! And miss. When he slides across this one scales, you can see some static electricity shooting off of it. Almost as if this creature is lightning charged. And that's it for those 2 guys. They now that they realize they can't one-turn these guys, they look absolutely horrified. Mr. Saphir.
Alright, I'm gonna bonus action, bunny hop away from that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Not that, this.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it looks good to me. I'm going to use my spear to Burning Hands.
Alrighty. Your DC
These
is,
two.
I believe the spear has a
14, I
set
believe.
DC of 14. Yes. So these guys are going to make a dex save. So we're going to have one fail. The one closest to you is going to fail. The first one's going to pass. Go ahead and give us that Burning Hands roll.
Slash R. It's 3d6, right?
I think so. Let me double check. It might be 2d8. But that's pretty low for first level spells. Let me check. 5e Burning Hands. 3d6, yes. 9
Bit of a
points of
low
fire
roll.
damage, yes, but you almost killed this one right next to you. He is on death's door and bloodied. The one furthest from you is going to take 4, which is not quite going to bloody him or put him on death's door, but he's still pretty damaged.
And I'll use my accent.
Funikoshi, not Funikoshi, Saphir, your mic glitched out.
I'll use my accent surge to do it again.
Oh shit. Yeah, because this spear has multiple charges, right?
Yep.
Alrighty. The first flame torrent races across this creature's bodies. They hiss in response. As the second one comes, oh my god. I don't know if they can survive it. Okay, so the one closest to you is going to nat 20, take half of that, and die anyway. As his body melts, his scales melt under the torrent of flame. And then one furthest way is going to take the full 13 and still lives, but he's on death's door. Boop.
And that is my turn.
Alrighty, well done. Mr. Canis, you are sort of surrounded, but not really. What do you do?
Alright, let me see. Let me do the measurement. Okay, if I'm looking at this right, I should be able to clip all three of these guys in the 20-foot square web spell, right? If I'm measuring this right.
Well,
from this guy's head to this guy right here is 20.
Web is a cube. So you would be able to get this.
One of these.
It's only 4x4. A 4x4 wouldn't be able to reach through all of their squares.
Oh, it's the 4x4, not 5x4. Okay,
Yeah,
my bad.
4x4.
5x5. Okay. In that case, I will. Let me see. I don't have any straight line spells, so what I will do is. Okay, first off, I'm gonna cast Eldritch Blast at the one that's wounded.
Ready, the one right in front of you?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, you will have disadvantage on this attack roll. You are using a ranged attack against a melee combatant.
Oh, my bad.
Yes, 22 still hits though.
Okay.
Your charisma modifier is enough to make him super dead anyway. He only had 3 HP.
Okay. Alright, and now... Did we know how far away we were from the village?
No. They said it was a couple days. I think at the end of the last session they said it was close to 5.
Okay. Let me see. Should spend this. Yeah, I'm gonna do if I pop my Mantle of Glamour and people have their movement, would that let Jacob attempt to get away?
No, because his movement is currently 0.
Okay. Well, still, I want to, yeah, might as well, because this guy's still sitting down here. The pugs need to get the fuck out of the way. I will use Mantle of Glamour. Let me see. Where's it at? It's expertise, Mantle of Inspiration. So everybody gets 5 temp. Sweet. And can move their full movement.
The pugs, I think, are going to back the fuck up. Ah!
He'll go over here to make sure you don't immediately get ganked again.
Yeah. Might have been a bad idea.
Okay, stop playing, but
regenerating crocodiles. Alright.
Yeah, we're in my turn.
Cool beans.
Does Funikoshi or Saphir want to move?
Yes.
I can move like right now.
Yes.
Yeah, you get your full movement right now.
You have to use your reaction, but you can move. Yes.
Yeah, move into melee right here.
Alrighty.
Then I will. I won't move.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Alrighty. Funikoshi goes in to help Jacob be freed from this crocodile's maw. The crocodile's turn comes around. This one is going to continue trying to eat this rabbit fucker. Mr. Saphir, this is going to be a 16 to hit.
That doesn't hit.
As the jaws clamp down around you, you can smell a faint hint of chlorine. Almost as this creature has a special element to it. The one above you, Mr. Funikoshi, that already has Jacob in its mouth, is going to snap down on him again. I believe your cloak has technically regened because you did have a turn last round. You just didn't get to act on it. So he's going to have a straight roll on you because he has advantage since you are restrained. That's going to be a 9. That's going to miss, but he still has you in his jaws. His bite just does not clamp down upon you enough to do damage. The other one is going to attack you as well, Mr. Jacob. 17.
Yeah, oh no, it'd be a disadvantage.
It is, but he has advantage because you are restrained.
Oh, then that hits.
Alrighty. He is going to deal 1d10 plus 1d6. If you have any poison resistance, just notate that for this damage, the 1d6. So that's going to be 8 points of his weapon die piercing damage, 3 points of his ability modified damage, and then 1 point of poison damage for a total of 12 points of damage on you, Jacob.
Alright.
And then you can't be double grappled, so he just grabs onto you, bites you, and then lets you go.
And Jacob, remember it's only 7 because I just gave you 5.
Yes.
Yeah, you got that.
Jacob, when your turn starts, you sort of shake yourselves from your surprised state and find yourselves locked in the jaws of this massive creature. You can feel like heat radiating from its maw.
I'm going to, screw breaking out of this. I'm gonna hit him. I got bonus action, Hexblade's Curse, the red one, and then hit him.
Alrighty. You are restrained, so your attacks will be with disadvantage, but he doesn't look particularly hard to hit. 15 is going to hit. Already that is going to be 12 points of piercing
Plus, Hexblade's Curse, which is 3?
Yes, it's your proficiency bonus. Wait, it should be +2 yet, because you're not 5 yet?
No, I am 5.
You are level 5. I get you, so it should be +3. So a total of 16 points of damage on this creature. Well done. Or 15, I guess.
15, yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty, this creature is now bloodied. And on death's door. It is pretty beat up. That was your bonus action, your action. What do you have left, Mr. Jacob?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. Funikoshi, you see this creature has taken some massive blows. Atena's going to glance off this creature's scales. But you have 2 attacks as a bonus action.
Yes. I punched the one dude, I use my Fury of Blows, and then I do 2 more punches.
Yes. Ooh,
That's
yeah.
fucking
That's
terrible.
rough,
Are you
man.
kidding?
It happens sometimes, man. All 3 of your strikes
4.
glances off of this creature's hide. Tougher than you expect. Is there anything else you'd like to do with your turn, Funikoshi?
Nothing else I can do. End my turn.
Gotcha. Kermit and the gang, they use their spears as they also double as ranged weapons. And they get within 20 feet of this creature. Let's see. You gotta get like here. Okay. For justice! For hope! Not that far. Not that close. There we go. And they're gonna do 2 spear attacks. Ranged. D4 /R 2d20 +4. Justice and hope. Both hits actually. The first one is going to deal. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. 2. That's going to be 9 points of piercing damage with this first spear throw, and the second one, no matter what it does, kills as this creature dies.
Okay, I'll get 7 points of hit points back.
You breathe in its essence, hearing a little cackle of a lady afterwards. Boop. Alrighty, that's Kermit in the game. Saphir, there's one on you. Mr. Jacob, you are also freed from its maw. There's one on you and there's one on Jacob. What would you like to do?
All right, I'll focus on the one on me.
Mm-hmm.
It's growing exponentially.
Ooh, that's still too big. Hold on. There we go. It's only large, not huge or gargantuan.
That's the cold spear.
Mm-hmm.
That's
15
the
is going
fire
to hit.
spear.
The 10 is going to miss.
That's the cold spear.
Yep, and the 13 is going to miss as well, so it's going to take 8 points of damage to it. Alrighty. Is that it from you, Saphir?
Mid rolls today. Mid rolls.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, if these guys had gotten a surprise round, you'd probably all be dead. Mr. James.
Okay, let me see. All right. Oh, are either of these guys wounded or just all fresh?
The one Saphir just attacked is wounded. Yes.
Okay, so let me see. He's gonna do magic missile on the one by Saphir.
Oh shit.
No, Eldritch Blast. My bad.
Yeah, I was saying you get 2.
I thought about it, but just in case, I'm gonna need it for later.
Mhm. You will need it for later. Oh shit, 24 hits. For 10 points of force damage. It is still alive. Give us that second bolt. 17 hits. I don't think he can live past this. Somehow. Some way. It survives on 1 HP.
That's annoying. Cause I mean, I want to use I'm gonna use both my sorcery points to cast again because that really pissed me off just now. And so there's another Elder Blast.
Yeah, 18 hits and it had 1 HP. It's super fucking dead.
All right, and then the second one goes towards the other crocodile.
Mm-hmm. Give us that attack roll. 12 is gonna miss. It's gonna glance off of this creature's green hide.
Okay.
Alrighty. The last of its kind. The first of its house. Lord Stark is here. But it also has 3 dudes it has to fight. Let me make him a round roll.
Hey, I'm gonna move here.
Have a good day, gentlemen.
That's 3 opportunity attacks.
Yeah, once it gets 10 feet away from me, it can't move anymore if I hit it.
Yeah, he's disengaging.
You can't disengage from me.
Oh, you have Sentinel?
Yep.
Oh, shit. Okay, so he starts to disengage, and he gets 10 feet away from you. And you say, come here, boy! Gonna give us that attack roll. 21 hits, and he gets stopped right in his tracks. Give us that damage roll. 12 points of damage. Oof.
And I'll smite him.
Oh!
Not great rolls.
He's a crocodile, man!
Hang on.
You fucked around, found out.
Oh, God. Oh, as he turns around, you basically snag his tail with that tooth. It sinks in, does 12 points of damage as it continues trying to run away, and then you say, die! And it, like, blows up with, fucking radiant energy. It doesn't die, but it looks very well injured. It kind of turns around and gives you, like, a sad crocodile look. Jacob, it is your turn.
I hit him again.
Oh, shit. 22 hits? Jesus Christ. For 6 points of damage. Is it still alive? 2 HP.
I'm not even gonna risk it. I'm gonna smite him.
For a split second, the crocodile was like, there's a chance I can get away. It moved like 5 feet and then it blew up. Little crocodile pieces rain down. A hint of like chlorine is in the air as this creature explodes. But after that, you look upon the battlefield and you see. Wait, where's the fucking? Get out of here! Battle music. Dumb fuck. You see reptilian corpses all around you. As I mentioned before, their scales seem to be more metallic than you would expect for like a reptilian creature. But other than that, they just kind of seem like pastel crocodiles.
Can we skin them?
There's some crocodile meat.
Can we eat them?
Yeah, true. Both of those things.
Both of those things are a maybe. You have 8 total here. You can each person can attempt one skill check to attempt to get something from these creatures. You can either choose to attempt to get meat. If you succeed, I will, depending on the DC, give you meat from some of them, all of them, or none of them, depending on how bad you fail. If you want to skin them, you can either skin and you will get the skin of all of them, none of them, or some of them. So
We should avoid the chlorine smelling ones.
yeah, these two guys, they're not even
Definitely.
gonna wait. They're just gonna dig in. Oh boy, we don't see these too often. They're a delicacy.
Okay, what
Uh,
roll?
my-
I'll
Is it
go to the
survival?
polywogs.
Yes, if you
And
yes, it will be survival to skin for scales or for hide, and it will also be a survival if you wish to go for meat.
I'll be going for meat, but I'll consult the pugs. Like, which one's the least poisonous?
Well, the green
Like,
ones,
is
if
there
you
a
eat
difference?
them, you'll foam out of the mouth, and then you'll die. The red
Not the
one,
green
the
ones.
meat's a little spicy. It burns a little bit, but it goes down fine. The blue ones, the meat lasts the longest. It stays cool. Those this one right here. If you skin it, the meat lasts the longest, and these two give you like a little jolt. But other than that, those guys are okay to eat. The green ones are not.
Okay, I'll prioritize
Gotcha.
them.
do
the
the
frost
do the
ones,
polywogs have
the
any
ones, the ones.
survival?
Yeah, they're proficient in survival.
All right, can they assist with these checks?
They will not assist with your checks.
Fucking
Okay,
bitches.
I have a 7. If anyone would like, if I can get an advantage on that somehow.
All right. Well, if Phil Coach is gonna, if he has the highest, we would let him do the meat because it's way more important, and then the skin we could, work on on the carcasses after he's cut them up for the meat.
Okay, so Funikoshi, you are rolling for to get meat from the 5 of them that are not poisonous. Does anybody have a survival proficiency that would give him advantage?
Nope.
I could give him advantage.
Do you have a survival
Okay,
proficiency?
cool.
Yes.
You do have
Perfect.
survival proficiency? Okay, yes. So
I mean, I only had half, but after like all my crazy bar bullshit, I have proficiency.
the only thing I will say is half it is not the same as a full proficiency.
Oh no, I have full
Yeah.
now.
Yes. Okay. So you are able to give him a full survival. Okay. So Funikoshi, for these 5 creatures that can be eaten, go ahead and give me that roll. Each of these creatures are large. They can each provide at least like 4 rations each. Let me set your
15?
DC. Oop. Hold on. My dice fell under the table. Okay. It was DC 14. You are
sweet.
able to take these creatures, and you're able to get you can get 4 rations from each. There are 5 of them, so you're able to get 20 rations total from these creatures. Do notate these rations, however, they are tainted.
They're tainted.
Yes, they are not the same as your normal rations. These are fog-touched creatures. Their flesh is not quite suited for consumption in the same way that your normal rations would be. If you wish to eat the rations that you got from these creatures, you are going to have to pass a con save. Otherwise, you are going to be poisoned.
And the poison condition is what? Is it just you take damage or are you fatigued?
You are going to have, I believe, poison gives you disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks. I think just those 2.
Until a long rest or?
I will roll how many day phases that's going to last.
I can cure
Okay.
some poisons with lay on hands.
Yes.
Oh,
But
that's actually pretty good.
yeah, notate on your sheet you have 20 tainted rations.
I can carry those around.
Yes,
Unless
because
you
you
let me leave
use
them up.
these 5 creatures for rations, they are no longer usable for scale like hide, but you can still use these 3 for hide if your party members would like to attempt to skin these creatures.
Okay.
Saphir,
Can Chronos roll on that, and then
well,
Funikoshi gives him assistance?
he would be able to roll on 1. He wouldn't be able to roll on all 3 of them. So if each one of you wants to take a swing at a creature, you definitely can to attempt to get some hide.
My survival's crap. Can I count while they're doing this as a short rest?
Sure. Yeah. So Canis and Saphira, you guys would like to take a swing at taking a hide at one of these creatures.
Yep.
First one was a 12.
Yeah, so Canis is a 12.
Hail Mary.
Okay.
10.
Okay. It is going to be DC. Oof. So neither one of you are able to get any workable hide from these creatures. The combat just tore their hides pretty much to bits, and you aren't able to get any usable hide from them. But you can
we got the
tell
meat.
by looking at them that there's probably some magical properties you could get from these creatures' hide if you were to like successfully remove and work them. Yeah, but with that, Jacob is sitting down while you guys are butchering these already butchered creatures, taking a short rest. At the end of combat, you guys are free to take like 10 minutes if anybody else wants to take a short rest as well.
Yeah, for sure. I'm keep waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, might as well, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think anybody except for Jacob took damage, so I think you should be fine. But yeah.
1 second.
Okay, I'm back to full, so
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these two
had to use the
creatures.
cure wounds with one of my warlock spell slots to get there, but
And I
taking that
think
short rest.
I will do one thing for you, Saphir, because you mentioned these guys who have a survival proficiency. I think they're going to attempt to get the hide from the third creature for you guys. So let me do this. 20 plus 2. Alrighty, you guys are able to get one hide of these guys are green. I believe green dragons, they have poison for the breath weapon,
Yep.
right? Okay. Yep, this hide can basically be taken. It can be worked to be leather armor of like poison resistance. But you have to
Nice.
work it in the shop, basically. So let me just make sure to put that here. So you got a total of 8 Draco dials. And then you have
How much
one,
does one ration weigh?
poison resistance. Just normal weight for a ration. I believe it's like 4 pounds for a ration. I think.
I have 2 on my character sheet. Should it be 4?
Oh, if it's 2, it's 2. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Alrighty. These corpses butchered, picked over. 1 hide of poison resistance gained from these creatures. You look across their bodies to see if they have any pockets with gold weighting. There are none. The Puggywugs are extra excited to see such strong combatants coming back, and they have hope that you guys are actually able to help save their lady. We are encroaching on our 2-hour mark, so after this combat, let's go ahead and go take our first break of the day, and then when we come back, we will continue on. I believe this was your afternoon hex movement. We're going to get 2 more hex movements of the day. We're going to have evening. I think you actually got 1 more for your... Yeah, so you have 2 for the evening, and then we will start our night phase, which hopefully there will be no more elemental breathing crocodiles in the way. But we'll be back in just a minute, guys. Let me go. and the stream back over. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Forsaken Fogs Expedition number 25. Technically, it is a continuation of Expedition number 21, but we're calling it 25 because it's a session 25. Goddammit. Yes. Thanks for joining us. Our party just finished an encounter with some elementally gifted crocodiles. And they managed to defeat them, and they actually managed to find out a few interesting things. Mr. Saphir, in particular, questioned the frog dog creatures, and he asked them if they had any expertise at dealing with these creatures, and they proceeded to inform him that these are rare creatures. They're usually under the protection of those large dragon men, and the fact that they found some so far out here is a rarity. Usually they use these creatures for armor, for their elite guard if they manage to find them, just because they can give them some protections against the weapons and abilities of the dragon men. They proceed to help skin one of them, as Saphir and Canis failed to get a suitable hide, and they're able to find one. You notice Saphir and Canis, those two that you guys skinned, you're actually able to get a decent hide out of it, but the hide, they tell you, in its current state will have no elemental like resistances. Only a certain number of these creatures, a special subtype of these creatures, actually have elemental gifts. Other ones are like merely touched, almost like Genasi. Some of them actually have the ability to like breathe breath weapons. Some of them don't. They're able to locate the ones that do, and they're able to get you a hide that can be reworked into either hide armor of poison resistance, leather armor of poison resistance, and if you have like the metal, you can make them like studded leather armor of poison resistance, pretty much.
Nice.
I have that on your treasure sheet, so you don't have to worry about keeping track of that. Saphir, in addition to you guys getting that hide and learning more information about these creatures, as well as learning about some faction called the Dragon Men that these creatures tell you about, you said you wanted to go around and you wanted to poke the red-scaled crocodile with your fire spear, and you wanted to poke the cold-scaled, the ice-scaled crocodile with your ice spear, correct?
That is the plan.
You notice when you go up to, and let me just double check, because I think there was 2 red ones and 1 ice one. I waited for the map to load. I believe that's the case. So
There were 3 red ones.
3, yes. 2 out of the 3, when you poke them, nothing happens. Your spear interacts with them as you would expect. It doesn't immediately pierce the scales, but you notice in particular one of them, when you pierce them with your spear, it almost like sinks through the scales into the meat. Like,
Okay.
relatively effortlessly.
So it's particularly effective.
Yes. The
So
ice
the
one,
fire-
yeah, you don't feel any effect because, for whatever reason. But for this one, this fire one in particular, when you poke it with that spear, it does. It's just more effective against it.
Which one, my fire spear or my ice?
Your fire spear seems to be more effective against the fire crocodile.
Interesting.
In
That's
particular, 1 out of the 3. Why that is, you're not sure, but it seems to affect this one more than the other 2.
Maybe you're stabbing through his like explosive gland that uses to breathe fire and popping it from the inside.
Possibly.
All right, that's good info.
Give me 1 second. I don't know why the stream audio is so bad. Personally, I blame Saphir, but
I did sabotage all your devices.
yes, you did.
My bad.
Yeah, monsters. Let me see. I'm gonna see if I turn everything down, if it sounds a little bit better that way. Because I did have everything high, so maybe turning it down a little bit will help. Let me go to properties. Is there anything? No shenanigans I can do with it. Okay, cool beans. We continue on. With that, you guys are able to finish your short rest without any interruption. You sit down and you break bread for your lunchtime or your afternoon moving hex break for about an hour and a half. You stand up, brush yourselves off, and you get ready to travel for your evening time. So
-1 ration.
yes, well, no, not -1 ration. The rations each like day's rations eaten throughout the day. So you take bits during the morning, during the evening, or during the afternoon, during the evening time. So you don't have to subtract it
Wow.
quite yet, but you're still going to subtract one for today. Let me go and Mr. Funikoshi, as our navigator, go ahead and give us that third hex movement of the day.
I'm not sure exactly where we're going. I imagine that we're going southeast from here.
Yeah, we're following the pugs.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
they're basically taking you southeast. Yeah, sort of
Yeah.
giving They tell you you probably want to go due south because there you can see. I think let me double check on your vision. Yes, you can see there is the remnants of a town. That's like sitting in the middle of a particularly dense copse of trees, far off to the east. Maybe about a half day's travel or so. You can see it through the fogs. Um, they tell you that you want to give that a wide berth, and you probably want to go due south first.
Okay. Yeah. Totally. Just take their advice.
Mm. Yeah, over there, around the town, about a half day's out from the town, there's a bunch of walkers like you, humans likes, humanoid likes. They don't like us. They try to eat us. It's pretty weird. Yeah, you want to stay away
Sounds
from
like
there.
sounds like zombies. So head due south for this
The
movement.
hell's a zombie? Yeah, you go due south. That was your evening hex, so we make sure you don't have anything that comes and kills you during the evening time. Ooh, okay, here we go. Okay. As you travel into this hex, Mr. Funikoshi, nothing happens. But during your navigation roll, you got a 23, which was well over the 5 you needed to get an extra day hex. So go ahead and give me that second day hex, and this is when something interesting is going to happen. They tell you want to definitely move southeast for this movement. And as you're moving, you get closer than you probably want to what looks like to be the remnants of a fortress of some sort. Any of you who would be familiar with the world before the apocalypse would tell you this is most definitely the keep of, and you can see the town as well with the walls around the fortress and the town. This is the Darkwater Barony Keep, as well as the town proper, Darkwater City. Probably closer than you want to be, as when you get within this hex, you can hear a cacophony of undead sounds, squishing sounds, painful groans, some gurgling coming from that direction.
Yeah, I'll give it a slight
Mhm.
berth this weekend.
Oh yeah. You probably feel like you're being watched, but nothing quite at this point comes out to assault you. You notice off to your east, when you're looking at direction, you can see a rather large, like a lake. Um, when you listen, you put your ear out and you listen to it. You can hear even that lake. You can hear the familiar sounds of like that, like thicker water that almost runs like blood than it does like water. Um, that just lets you know that lake is probably not going to be a good source of water for your population, basically. As you move into this day hex, however, not only do you see or hear that uncomfortable, like squishing sound of the water that moves like blood, but you also see the sign of something really fucked up. So far, you guys have only heard about those half mosquito, half goblinoids that are under the command of that witch, you see them, but you don't see them alive. You see what is probably like I don't like a 10 foot, a 10 by 10 square, so about 10 feet tall, about 10 feet around, almost like a perfect ball of these creatures, all fused together in the ball.
Fuck.
Half frozen into the mud.
How far away is this?
Second, let me roll for you. They are 60 feet away when you see them.
Do they see us? I alert the party.
Are they alive?
You alert the party, and you all look, and it's almost like certain that these creatures are not alive. They're literally all fused together in a giant 10 by 10 ball.
Let's approach.
We're 60 feet away from it.
Yes.
Can we? Okay.
We can use
before we
divine
approach-
sense.
Yeah. Before we approach, 60 feet away still.
Divine sense. What does this give you?
If they're undead, I think Fey and aberrations. I know.
Ooh. Divine sense. Where are you? Come here. As an action, you can open your awareness to detect such forces. You know the location of any celestial fiends or undead within 60 feet of you that are not behind total cover. You know the type of creature and of any being who you sense, but not its identity. Okay. So you don't get aberrations, huh?
No.
Shame.
Thought I did, but don't.
Yeah.
Or
I
maybe
think-
that's a different type of paladin.
Yeah, it's Watcher's Paladin. They get aberration. They hate aberrations in particular. You activate your divine sense, and you put your senses all over this macabre scene of a 10 by 10 fused ball of creatures with their limbs sticking out. You don't get any sense from it.
I hope. I was thinking about taking a shot at the corpse pile over there. Anybody else feel like shooting?
No, I'm just gonna walk up to it.
Before you do that, I want to release a shot.
I'm walking.
Saphir's
speed
walking.
No, I shoot as he walks.
Yeah, exactly. It like goes over your shoulder, Saphir, and it sticks into this ball. And when it does, let me roll a d20. See how gross this is gonna be. Oh my god! Somehow you did this. These creatures, it's very hard to see their particular details from that far away. But you hit something and it like squirts and pops.
Is this like a whale exploding, or
No, like a
From-
small like you hit something that pops.
okay?
I
How
keep
big is
on
the pop?
walking.
When you get closer to it, Saphir, you see the source of the pop. These creatures, they look like goblinoids, but imagine if you took a goblin and you starved it, and you replaced its mouth and nose with a giant tube with a spike on the end. They are particularly darker skin than goblinoids usually are, where they're like almost like a pale yellow. These are like almost like a crimson, like a dark crimson. You see their eyes are like the eyes of a bug, so they have like hundreds of little compact lenses. And like I said, they have no mouth; they just have this tube with a spike at the end. These creatures in particular look even more desiccated. You're not sure if they look as horrible as they do before or afterwards, but a lot of them have like their bones broken to where, and their skulls smashed to where they fit in the shape of a ball. Would you like to give me a check on this strange thing you're seeing here?
Is it in the ground?
It's like half in the ground, so it looks like it's sunk at some point.
Okay. I'll give you an athletics check to push
Why?
it out of the ground and towards the party.
A 23.
Check out what I found, guys.
Let me roll against you. Hold on. You're good. Yep. A 23 lets you heave this massive ball of bodies that have been fused together, and you're able to push it like 10 feet towards the party. It's pretty anticlimactic, but you're able to push it.
Look what I found.
That's cool. You know what? I'll come a little bit closer. Give it a quick investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Just see if I can make out any detail, piece together what could maybe have done something like this. Oh no, sorry, that's inside. My investigation is 2, not 7.
So
I can
it'd
hit
be
it with an
minus
Arcana
5.
check to see.
So it'd be a 21 total for you, Funakoshi?
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
So, and then you want to do an Arcana, Saphir?
Yep, see if this was magical in nature.
Yeah, go for it. Canis, is there anything you would like to do with this? Would you like to crawl in, make a home?
Take the silence as a yes.
Okay. So as you guys are
no, it's a no.
Canis,
I literally said don't be weird. Everybody was muted. Let me see.
he removes the bodies in the middle and crawls in.
This is my hole. It was
They're
made
like
for me.
goblins, but plus mosquitoes, darker skinned than the other goblins.
Yes, basically
Are they
take a
as
goblin.
big as the red ones?
Yeah. They're not as big as like the preteen ones. The ones that are like 4 to 5 feet tall. These are like 2 to 3 feet tall, 2.5 feet tall.
Which is still fucking huge for a mosquito thing.
Oh yeah, they basically look like if you took a goblin, you starved it, you put like dark red paint on them, and then you replace their mouth and nose with a tube with a spike at the end, and they have compact eyes like they are flies.
How many like it could fit like in like a if they were all like lined up in front of me? How many think they could probably like fit like if they all come to me at once?
They're
probably.
small creatures, so you can fit.
Okay.
I think 4 of them in the square. 2 of them in the square. I think it's how small creatures work.
Okay. Well, that's
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Do we get anything with 21?
21. Yes, you do. And then Saphir, I think your Arcana actually helps with this. Saphir, you're getting acid vibes, as if these creatures were hit with like an acid spell. But in combination with that, Mr. Funakoshi, this makes you think of these creatures were all put into a place, subjected to intense heat via acid, and then removed from that place.
Okay. Do I think so? Wisdom is like. No, I'm sorry. With my insight, I'm trying to piece together like the story of how they all ended up in a ball. Do I think that someone's just disposing of the corpses? Do I think this is something more meaningful? Anything in?
You see a giant ball of creatures that were created by all of these creatures being put in a small place, subjected to intense pressure and acid, and then put here. That's what you get.
And they look like they've been killed. They don't. Look,
they look like most of them are like half melted. You can see like their bones, like broken arms, crushed skulls, cooked eyes, broken needle mouths. Yeah.
Do we see any blood on any of the needles?
No.
So basically, it feels like someone did this as a warning or some kind of message.
Or just some pests they wiped out. They were, I guess, in the territory possibly.
Might have did it for fun.
Whenever you guys finish your investigations, you notice those 2 creatures are missing.
Oh my god.
Our 2 friends? They fucked off?
Who has the highest passive perception? Does anybody have a passive perception of 16?
No.
15.
Who has 16?
15.
15 for Funakoshi.
Yeah.
I think that's the highest one, right?
Yeah, me and Zafir was 14.
Well, I have a thing that lets me track them really well.
Wait, what do you mean?
I have the amulet, so... I think I'm able to.
Oh, yeah. The reason why I was asking who has the highest passive perception because you won't even need to. You can see and hear like horrified like whelping coming from behind a tree.
Oh.
That's
Whelping
about
from behind.
yeah, whelping. Like a dog
Go
whining.
go check it out. Sprint.
When
Yeah,
you
I'll
do,
walk
you
over there.
see these two creatures are like hobbled over, almost like in the fetal position, like shaking.
Without taking my dash, can I just look around, see? Do I see any enemies? Without
No, you
taking
don't.
a.
Who got a? Okay. So, Candace, you got a 22 for this hex movement. Candace, you'll see this before anybody else. Leading from that large gelatinous body of water, and then to this ball, you see what looks to be almost like 10 by 10 line in the mud that almost seems like the mud was like burnt by something. Like it's like burnt into place. Like a trench was dug almost. And it goes to and from that large body of water. It also snakes around the body of water and goes towards what looks to be that town to the northeast.
Okay, it's almost like a moat,
Sort of, yeah.
like a train. Oh, yeah, and he's like, okay. He turns to the group. He's like, okay, so last time we were in Lahalor, we had to kite like a zombie horde close to the river. I was the closest, and I got the distinct feeling that while the water was gelatin-like in general, there were also literally oozes just in the water, and now you can't tell because the whole water is ooze. So that's the thing, and also looks like whoever froze these things, I guess that's their. I'm assuming this is their territory. It looks like an entire cordoned off area. So we should probably stay on this side of the trench. I'm assuming.
You get the feeling that you're looking at less territory marking and more tracks.
Oh shit. So then he like, well, Emmerich, who was there? Was Funikoshi? Were you there with me and Emmerich when we saw all the trails and stuff down south?
Slimes, yeah.
Yeah. So like, Funikoshi should know all like the blue slimy trails that were dug in the ground and
Yeah,
that.
you're getting a very distinct like familiarity to that with this.
And also the fact that the fog eaters made blood oozes. This hag apparently does the same thing the fog eaters does about corrupting creatures further into the fog. So it get like a through line here about like it might be more than mosquitoes they're about to deal with.
I'll go over to the polywogs
Yeah, come with.
and
Alright, pussies, get up. Come on. We gotta go.
He tells Sophia to get them to tell them everything they know along the way.
Yeah, Celeste manages to stammer out a sentence. She says, "The tracker, he's near."
Where's the tracker?
I'll relay. Who's the tracker?
He like gestures at the ball. It did that.
Okay, it didn't really tell me anything.
What is the tracker? What kind of creature is it? He tells Sophia to tell.
I relay the message.
It's a monster.
Yeah, well, no
Created
shit.
by that Sturgeblin witch.
Is the witch the same person as the tracker?
No. She created it. She created it as a toy, an experiment, something. She lost control of it, and now it roams and does whatever it wants to.
Did it,
Okay,
did
well,
it
that's good
kill
at
and
least.
freeze them, or did it just freeze them?
what appeared to have melted them into a ball.
It consumes everything and anything.
Does
And
it look kind of like oozy? Like
yeah, when you look at it, you can definitely see some frozen stomach acids.
No. He asked the polywogs like, does it look
oh.
oozy, or does it have like a physical, like a humanoid, like a legs and arms, or is it a big blob?
A serpent.
Oh,
Well,
That's worse than either one of those. Okay.
that is not our problem. Get up, let's go.
I mean, okay.
They take a
Will
second.
we be able to spot the tracker from far? If it's a giant serpent, then surely it can only hide in water and maybe really, really thick trees.
If you go near a body of water, you don't know if it's there or not. It blends in with all sorts of moistures. Rain makes it almost impossible to see.
Does
Oh,
it prefer to stay in water?
It prefers to hang near water, yes, to travel the waterways, which you can imagine is difficult whenever you're having to gather
I consult the
water.
party.
Mm.
I wonder if this might be a source for the water being contaminated. Perhaps it's a long shot, but perhaps killing it would rejuvenate the waters here. I have no idea though.
I mean,
the
I
passing
don't know.
thought.
I don't know if
Big
it,
doubt.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it poisoned the whole lake. I think that's kind of like just the literal atmosphere is poisoned.
Yeah, plus, all the rivers around here are similarly
Gelatinous.
situated. So yeah,
So it's probably like the condensation and like precipitation cycle that's now all shitty, like shit flakes
Yeah.
in it.
You're probably right. It's probably
It definitely making it better though. You're right about that.
Sure.
Definitely making it
I-
better. So it should be killed eventually.
We heed the advice of the polywalks and try to stay away from water.
Yeah, you can see they're scared shitless. They tell you about how they've had, they used to have little villages, little clan groups all over their territory. They were all now basically relegated to staying in the main base because once you created this creature, it basically went and wiped out all of the outlying territories. This
All
is
right.
a immense creature that can swallow entire platoons of creatures in one go.
So it's best we stay out of its way.
Agreed.
If it wants you, I don't know if there's anything you can do to stop it.
Is it you say it's not loyal to the witch, so it wouldn't come to her aid?
She lost control over it well over a year ago, before it started its rampage and destroying everything.
Okay, that's better than the alternative.
They shakily continue on, but that was your last hex movement of the day. So you guys are going to have to sleep uncomfortably near this lake and in between the main barony, the main city in the barony, and another city.
Doggies.
During your evening time, does anything of note happen to you guys? No, nothing of note. You guys sit down. Go ahead, Guinness.
I was gonna say if it's ever any kind of rain, since this thing can hide the rain, we're gonna use the 2-person tent to make as big as a canopy lean-to as possible instead of a tent.
Mm-hmm.
Try to make a good surface area that isn't rain. So if this thing fucking approaches, it's gonna be like obvious. We can see where we're standing in the rain and see like there's something there. You know what I mean? Like not so we're not enclosed in the tent. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got you. I'm trying to see if your strategy would work for this creature. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about being invisible in the rain. It just has advantage on stealth checks.
Right, and I'm saying like you get what I meant, right? With a lean-to instead of like a completely enclosed tent.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, especially if you can find like a tree, that'd be perfect.
Yeah, this is the scariest part. While it remains motionless, it is indistinguishable from a puddle.
From a puddle? Oh my god,
So,
not the puddles again.
It's gonna look like a rather large puddle, but it's still a puddle nonetheless.
Well, if we see any puddles bigger than like I don't know, like a few feet, I mean that's sus anyway.
You have already a few times. They've been mostly frozen over, or at least frozen around the edges. But you've seen a handful of those since you've traveled in the marshlands.
We will auto skirt those as far as possible, since we know it has ice powers anyway. So that makes it more suspicious if it's iced over.
Alrighty, let me go here. Okay. And then for the watch order for tonight, I believe we're going to keep much of the same than we did before. I believe the watch order was Saphir, Jacob, Canis, and Emmerich. So we're going to keep that, but instead of Emmerich, he's going to be Mr. Funakoshi.
Sure, sounds good.
Alrighty. Let me just put Funakoshi there. Funakoshi. And then make sure to grab your name. And Funakoshi's our navigator as well. Okay, cool beans. Alright, you guys try to make camp as much as possible in the frozen marshlands. I imagine as many people as possible tries to sleep in the tent. As I mentioned before, it's pretty cold out here. Like pretty close to freezing. It's right there at that uncomfortable territory where like liquids become slushy, but not quite completely frozen over. It's just consistently at that temperature at the moment. So I imagine you guys probably try to bed up as much as possible. The Puggy Wugs are definitely going to want to sleep in the tent. They haven't seen pleasantries of this type in quite some time. Canis, do you let them sleep in your tent? They smell really bad, like wet dog.
They can sleep under the really big lean-to the big ass 2-person tent could make.
Okay, all right. So you're making like a lean-to with the tent instead of using the tent like a tent.
Yeah, it's like a huge ass. Because if you lay out a full 2-person tent as one single tight sheet against like a tree or something, that's a big ass lean-to.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay,
That way, all of us would be secure from the rain. We're not like freezing to death or something.
Yeah.
Because 2-person tent would probably wouldn't fit all of us, but lean-to could.
Yeah. But yeah, you guys are able to bed down. Whose watch is it? Where is my? There we go. That would be during Canis's watch. Canis, as you wake up and you prepare to cast aid over your allies, you see and hear a pretty good distance away. The only reason you hear is because of everything's like frozen. Occasionally you hear like branches break off just due to the freezing. You hear the crackling of ice. As you guys have been traveling down here, you occasionally see some like small game that's been mutated, similar to creatures you've seen far to the north. You see stuff like birds that have like scales, almost like little dragon birds. And you've also seen things like three six-legged skunks and things like that as well. Small mutated game, not a ton of creatures that you would expect to see in the wilds, but you can see there is some life out here. As far as big game, you haven't come across any yet, but you've just seen small life. That doesn't change with your watch, but what you do hear is far off in the distance, what sounds to be like I'm trying to find the best way to put it. Squealing. And then you feel like a big thump. But
whose watch is this on?
This is on Canis's watch, third watch.
Does the squealing just suddenly stop as the thump happens?
Yeah.
All right. First off, he's gonna I guess the best way instead of yelling to instantly alert the enemy is to use message to wake everybody up.
Mm-hmm.
So he messages everybody to tell them to wake the fuck up.
Mm.
It makes no sound. It's all mental, basically. Yeah. Well, cause I whisper silently, but they hear it at full volume in their heads. Wake up, enemy alert.
I get up, I stealthily move forward, and I take a check.
Hold on, before anybody moves, the first thing he does then, after he said does the message, which takes like 2 seconds, he casts light.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit. Let me think the best way. Which direction did the thump and the snap go?
Pretty far east.
Pretty far.
Oh, closer to the water. Ooh.
Okay, light has a 20. what's the range of
Like
light?
when the sound made it to you, it was basically like an echo.
I
Okay.
suggest that we don't use light here. Stealth could be our ally.
Well, I don't know if we're stealthy, but I feel you. I understand. In that case, he glad he uses message was good then because it makes no sound, so everybody wakes up quietly.
Hmm.
He's like, there's something heavy and big close by. Get up, just be on alert, just make no noise. I don't think it's coming towards us yet. It's towards the east.
Do we see anything with my 17 perception?
Mm-mm. With your perception, you do feel a like um, a rumble that gets the longer you listen out, less and less.
I relay this to the party. I think that we just stay put, keep an eye out for maybe half an hour or so, then get back to rest.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
I'll divine sense again just to make sure nothing around.
When you divine sense, I think divine sense also gives you if the ground is desiccated or not. You definitely get desiccated vibes just from the overworld in general.
Okie dokie. Yeah, but it seems to like I moved away, so I think we should resume.
Yeah,
resting.
and nothing happens in 30 minutes. I go back to bed.
Worst that happens is I think Saphir probably farts in his sleep, and that's it. But that's pretty much the worst that happens, I think. Nothing comes to attack you during the night, during everybody else's watch. That only happened during Cadmus's watch. During anybody else's watch, pretty much just hear the similar snapping of the branches underneath the weight of all the frost around, and occasional chitters from maybe some night bird or nocturnal rodents. But you wake up in the morning time. By the time everybody wakes up, the Puggy Wugs are already awake. They're like sort of hobbled over, staring in the direction of that sound from the night before. You can just see that they have a lot of anxiety whenever it comes to whatever that creature is.
So they're just dogs looking at like
Pretty much.
anything they can't see.
Yeah.
They really can hear.
Yeah. They look in both directions at once. Well, I guess they can see really well if they got those pug eyes, right? They just see everywhere. They got
That bugs cannot see well.
True. Let me see. I don't think they have perception proficiency. They do not. All right, makes sense. Okay. But you guys get up in the morning time. You brush yourselves off. Let me make sure you guys don't get ganked in the morning time. I'm looking. Nope, no ganks in the morning time. Cool beans. You get up, you brush the frozen mud off of yourselves. It takes a minute, but the Puggy Wugs sort of snap out of their like sort of attentive state, looking to the east. They're way less talkative and jovial today than they were the day prior. But they carry on like the rest of you. So for today's navigation check, Funikoshi, go ahead and give us that with advantage.
Survival? Yep.
Yes.
Everyone
20.
should be have bonus HP.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that is something that needs to be mentioned. Today is a cold snap. It finally drops below freezing. The ground itself, when some of you wake up, you're actually frozen to it. You have to pull your bedrolls out of it. But the temperature dropped precipitously overnight to where it went from being near freezing to freezing. In particular, it's going to make navigating harder today. It is going to come with its own difficulties when it comes to weathering the travels of the day. So, in particular, during today's night rest, you're going to have to make con saves in order to be able to complete your long rest. But other than that, you guys are just frozen. You guys feel like shit. Mr. Funikoshi with a 20 just passed the navigation DC, so you are not going to get any extra hex movements, but you are going to be able to move your full 3 movement of the day. For our watchmen, go ahead and give me those sets of perception checks, please. So, Saphir wants you guys to die. Canis also wants you guys to die. Kind of weird, man. 7, 20, and then Canis got a 16, and then the other two are 3 question marks. And then Mr. Jacob, if you could give me those perception checks. Jacob also wants you guys. Jesus.
Jesus.
Damn it.
Jacob. Oh god. Hey, listen. One thing I can say for certain is you guys won't get any unique hex encounters. But at the very least, the other two are pulling for you, so it's fine.
Because the reason why Jacobs is bad because to give us better warmth, I've lit one of my torches with a firebolt
Mm-hmm.
to kind of give us like at least a little bit of warmth as we're walking, probably pretty close together in the huddle to keep warm.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to make a difference when it comes to your con save at the end of the day, but yeah. Cosmetically, you can do so. Let's go and do... Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta figure this out. There's some bad things going on behind the scenes. Speaking of which, go ahead and give us that first hex movement of the day, Mr. Funikoshi. They are urging you to continue traveling southeast.
Cool. Done.
When you start traveling in that direction, they push you a little bit more east. Like here.
Oh, they want to go like southeast instead.
Oh, yeah. You notice
cool.
once you travel into this hex during the day, there are little trinkets and baubles that look like. Is anybody here druids or familiar with druid markings?
No, that was Emmerich. He's gone, so we're screwed.
Nope.
Funikoshi, did you hang with druids at all?
Sure, but I don't think I know anything about druidic symbols.
You were like a nomad, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Give me a d20.
Yep. Am I a friend to druids?
Well, more so like did druids ever? Yep, I would definitely say so. I think at one point during your travels, you were traveling under particularly precocious weather conditions, and maybe like a gnomish druid came out of the trees and was like, "Follow me." And as you were following him into safety, you noticed there were like specific like markings and stuff of like maybe like a bear here, maybe like a deer's like horns or a deer's rack was like set up at one place. You know they have like little trinkets and baubles they make to sort of mark their territory. As you travel past that large lake to the south into this hex during this day, you notice that the trees. You run into more trees than dead trees, and you notice that those living trees have like little baubles that are like tied in their branches. You see like a weird 3-eyed squirrel's skull stuffed with like leaves hanging off of one tree. You see like a whole well, these creatures I forget they were called before. Deer garus. I think Mr. Jacob had some interaction with those creatures. You see like a whole skeleton like strapped to a tree here and there, just marking the territory of the Puggywogs. You notice once you travel into these groups of trees with those baubles, they seem to relax more, almost as if they're home.
Yes, I used to hang out with this druid back in college. We used to smoke wizard tobacco, and he told me about all the different markings that they had set up in the forest.
Everyone knows druid weed is really fucked up and dangerous, just like the mushrooms.
Yeah,
It's a gateway to gnome dust.
They lace everything with peyote, even their water.
fucking gnome dust. Oh god. Okay, as you guys are traveling,
They went to Burning Knoll.
Jacob.
Yeah.
You interrupt my monologues with your hippie vibes, okay? All right, burning gnome. As you guys are traveling, I was checking my stuff to see if you guys are gonna run into a dragon or not. Give me a second. Ooh. Hold on. I gotta figure out what kind of creature this is. Where is it? I think it's a. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And then we are looking for 2. Okay. Oh my. Hold on, guys. Bad times coming up. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. Alrighty. As you guys are traveling during your morning time and you transition into the territory of the Puggywugs and they relax, they tell you that their home, even though this entire area is their territory, it's still a couple of miles away. You'll probably be traveling all the way up until the evening time in order to reach their home. But they seem pretty giddy about the idea of reaching their home base. In the morning time, Mr. Who is it? You passed your check, Funakoshi, so they're going to get advantage on this. Oh, Funakoshi. That's really funny. As the party is navigating, you find yourself in quite the pickle. You are traveling in some rather slushy mud. The water here froze over last night, but as you travel on it, you can feel like the ice breaking underneath you. Funakoshi, as you're traveling, sort of following the Puggywugs, following their path, you notice them jump to the side after like giving a gasp, and you're just like standing where they were. And as you
I take
Wow.
as you do,
So fuck these guys, I guess.
the very ice underneath your feet cracks, and you look down, and that ice snaps, and you find yourself about ankle deep in what feels to be like slush. Normally you would just pull yourself out of the slush like you've been doing over the past like 2 days, but you can't. You pull a leg, and you're like, oh, I'm going deeper. You pull the other leg, and you're like, I seem to be going deeper with the other leg as well. The party, you guys see Funakoshi go from being about ankle deep in slush to about waist deep. What happens?
I cast Step of the Wind. I try to see if that will give me enough power to sort of wriggle my legs free and try to get out. I also have my quarterstaff, which I can use to push off of. It's a pretty big quarterstaff, so
I have rope.
the ice. Yeah.
If
probably
you
can just
push
tie
your
rope.
quarterstaff down, you notice it sink along with you.
Oh no, in the ice. I imagine that there's still some ice around me, or is it all?
Yeah,
cracked?
the ice breaks. Yeah, there's
Okay,
like
then
a
I just
10-foot area around you of quickly, and when you take a look, you actually see it seems like the slush is kind of like all moving down towards the center position. In particular, the position you are in seems like you found like a slush hole.
Okay.
We give him rope
Step
to
of the
tie
Wind
around
doesn't do
quick.
anything. Then I guess they throw me rope.
Before I say Step of the Wind doesn't do anything, I would like to know what the party members do when they see your hair flash up yellow as you go Super Saiyan. Other party members, what do you do when you see this? Wait, hold on, before you answer. Wait, hold on, wait. Hold on, give me. I know you got something good. I have to do this. There we go. Go ahead, Cadence.
Hey, I'm pretty sure he told us, hey, I think I'm sicking guys. So then he just
I don't have a lot of feet left. I'm like 4 foot tall.
He tosses him, easily tosses. He's like 4 feet away from me. I easily hand him the rope. I have 18 decks. He has a shit ton of decks too. I have the rope. He ties around his thick dwarf waist. That way his armpits are a natural catch to it. He doesn't even have to hold on really. And then all 3 of us, and then those bitch plugs. He's like, get the fuck over here now. And then like he'll roll. Fuck it, I'll roll intimidation. Get over here now and help us pull him out.
Plus 11 to intimidation.
That's insane.
Yeah, that was me being nice because they're like, I don't want to piss these. I don't want to like actually scare them to think we're not going to kill them.
You find that your dex and his dex doesn't do anything. But Funikoshi, you feel like your step of the wind helps you get some leverage in order to
plus,
escape this trap.
Saphir's a strong boy. He'll be fine.
What you will need to do is you will be given advantage on this check, Mr. Funikoshi, but you are going to need to give me either a strength check to force your way out of here or a survival check in order to navigate your way out of this. I don't know if Mr. Funikoshi has encountered things like sinkholes before or a quicksand. But the way to navigate your way out of this would be the same way to get your way out of that. So he can do either a strength save, or a survival check. One of the two.
Well, the thing is, I've never. Well, I have a +7 to survival, so here's what I'll do. Understanding roughly how quicksand works, I realized that creating like a air bubble around my legs would allow me to be hoisted up instantly. So I pop another key point and use my astral arms, which does 2d6 of force damage, which I would argue in any direction would create a small air bubble.
Yeah, holy
hopefully
shit.
So you do a sumo slap on the quicksand and it pops you up.
Yeah.
I don't know why that imagery was just so cool to me. Like, boom! Yeah. It's like a bubble as he pops out of it.
Yeah, I use my regular arms to wrap around the rope. I use my astral arms to push myself up. If my astral arm sinks, I'm fine with that because I can dismiss them instantly, and they're not going to pull me down.
It's like spirit arms; they can't be pulled down.
Yeah. And that plus the rope probably makes him like land right close to us because he goes up and then at the direction we're pulling him.
Would you still like a survival check?
So, I'll let you do survival, but if you want to, you can use either your wisdom or your dexterity in place of, well, I guess survival already uses wisdom.
So I have, the amulet gives me +2, so I have a 7.
Yep.
So it's my best chance.
And you have advantage.
Yeah. 25.
Alrighty. 25 is definitely a pass. You burst your way out of it as those two cowardly pullywugs hide behind trees and watch as the party drags you away from the sinking pit with the rope.
Say don't help with the rope?
No. You
scared. Okay, Canis will remember this.
A little indicator appears on the top right.
Pops on the top left of the screen.
But you're dragged out, and even though your legs feel numb from having that frozen mud sort of like closing in on and sort of crushing them, you experience no like actual damage. It just feels uncomfortable.
But if I were to stick my hand in it for a while, would I think that it would like have an acid effect or a crushing effect or something?
You
probably frostbite.
Feel like you would get frostbite if you were staying there for too
long. I walked up to the bullywugs like, hey, we can't have this happen again. How can we navigate this so we don't fall in the quicksand?
Kermit stands in front of Celeste like a guardian and says, "We can't save you from every hazard.
Sometimes, but you can save yourself, though?
Sometimes there are things we miss."
You jumped out of the way right before him.
Yeah.
Well, we can't jump with him. If we didn't jump, it would be 3 of us in there instead of 1.
Canis is walking closer to them as they're saying this.
I step in between the pollywogs and them. All right, guys, let's calm down. You're expecting too much from these literal amorphous creatures.
Okay, Prime, don't tell them what I'm saying. I'm playing mean cop right now. You play good cop. All right, like they can't understand what Canis say. He kind of like they just see his eyes behind the mask. He kind of just points. He kind of points his finger.
Saphir, get your boys. Are we gonna impale them?
Yeah, Saphir, tell me this.
No, I would not relay that.
Okay.
I look over at them. And
he assumes they get the message, and then he backs off, not knowing they just threatened him.
Yeah, he looks chewy.
Saphir, don't tell me this. Don't tell Canis this.
I'll let them keep believing.
We were gonna help. We can't avoid every hazard out here.
That's true enough. You do your best, and you're a valuable part of this team. From here on out, I'll lead by tapping the quarterstaff, trying to get a feel for how thick the ice is by the vibrations that I get from the staff.
Which is good to do anyway, because we want to. It'd be worse if he actually fell through water than sand. Cause that's instant fucking frostbite. So yeah, the whole like tapping of like the. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna pull out my
Gun.
rapier I never use and like use that too to like tap, make sure like I'm not gonna fall in some shit. Or there we go in the straight line behind Funikoshi.
You guys take your precautions. Funikoshi with his staff.
Is it possible to do a short rest?
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
Get key points. Yeah. Short points, get my key points. Pew.
During this was pretty much at the end of your morning. The next move, you sit down, you have a bite to eat. Funikoshi lights up.
He would use the web spell and see if he can find a debris to make like a fake bullshit fire, so they're not like literally just in the cold.
Gotcha. Yeah, you're able to. You don't have create bonfire.
No, but I have I know if I can get the webs around anything flammable, they'll definitely ignite up.
Yeah, I mean there are like several dead trees in the area. You can break the branches off of those trees,
and wrap it in the web. Yeah.
Yeah, and use it to create a small fire. So during your small meal, you can warm up a little bit. But after your short rest is done, and Funikoshi has recovered from his incident, you guys are able to travel on. I want Mr. Funikoshi to give me that next hex movement of the day. They tell you again you want to go southeast instead of due south. As you travel in that direction, you can start seeing more and more signs that there used to be other like populations out here. You see like a destroyed campsite here, a small like shitty gathering of lean-tos that are like half melted, the fabric on them. You see trees have been like almost pushed completely over, almost as if something moved them out of the way in order to get to something else. You start seeing more and more signs of destroyed civilization. Let me see what you guys run into. Let's go with, this is supposed to be for, yeah. Let's go for this. And then we have, oh my. Oh, let me double check. Hold on. Okay. How do you guys feel about frogs?
Not reliable allies, but probably the best we can hope for out here.
Oh, you mean the polywogs or frog, like actual frogs?
Just frogs in general.
Oh, they're pretty cool.
Depends if the giant frog's not.
Who is number 4 on the list? I think that is. Let me get out of this. Get out of studio mode. It is Canis. Yes. This is hex number 2, so that makes sense because Canis got an 18. Canis. You and the party are traveling. You guys are freezing cold. Your clothes at certain points freeze to your body, and you have to take a moment to like sort of peel it off. It hurts really bad. You're uncomfortable. You feel like you've been traveling through that movie, The Gray. I know that movie hasn't came out since in this D&D world, but for some reason your character has that knowledge. And as Funikoshi is leading with the Bullywugs, or Puggywugs, you get a feeling you're being watched. You stop in your tracks, and you don't know how your other party members didn't see this. Maybe they rolled really good on the stealth check. Maybe everybody else is just too occupied trying to not freeze to death. But you find yourself surrounded by about a dozen bowl-sized frogs. And not only are they bowl-sized frogs, but they also look like bowls. They have like horns, and they have tails.
So the literal, not like the normal bullfrog, the literal bullfrogs who are the size of bulls.
They're frog bulls.
You would say they look like a mix between the two. In particular, they have those strong hind legs that can make them jump. And you notice that the party is like in the middle of about a dozen.
And he
Are
will.
we in the middle?
Yeah.
He will immediately message the party, tell them to circle up. We're surrounded.
We put our backs together, I think.
Let
Yep.
me
I'll look around.
check their temperament. Ya-da-da-da. Boo-da-da-da. Um,
Anybody got animal handling?
yes. My question for you, Candace, was what your immediate reaction was going to be, because your immediate reaction is going to dictate what the Puggywug's reaction would be.
Yeah, I'll immediately tell them like to circle up because they go off on their own. They're about to get fucking murdered. We're surrounded.
Yeah. Okay.
They need to stay as close as possible.
Okay. You notice that pretty much all of these creatures have either not noticed you or they don't care about you.
So I'm also gonna say like everybody, just hang tight still, like not like be a present threat, but not like show like
Kermit cuts you off. He goes, "Oh, don't worry. These are like our beasts. We
What?
we walked into a pasture of our mounts. Don't worry about it. They're fine." Kermit walks up to one and starts petting it. It does like a little weird like ribbit snort. It was like, but it doesn't act aggressive towards him at all.
Okay.
He'll kind of like untense, unclench a little bit. He's like, he's not going to go pet one for sure. He isn't animal handling, but well, I guess I could like charm one of these things if I wanted to. Let me see.
You're gonna walk into their town, eat their food,
Nah.
and charm their beast of burden.
Well, no, I'm eating the food we killed and earned and say these pugs asses.
True.
I'm only eating their food if they're doing a peace offer. I'm not gonna so they don't have anything over us basically at this point.
Today should be the last day of regular rations for you guys, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
I should have some, right?
It should be the last one for you because you would have had to eat rations to get here. So it should be the last day for
Sure.
everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So we
Okay,
have
and
20 crocodile rations.
Mhm.
Yep.
Right.
he will pet one of the frogs if it hops up to him. Other than that, he's gonna leave him be.
Yeah, they're lazy. Like I said, like you said, they're like you're like in their pasture. It's a particularly raised area of mud that's less frozen over from the rest of them. You're not quite 100% sure why. The nature itself around it almost seems to be. Does anybody have a nature proficiency?
Nope.
No, that was it.
Yes.
Who said yeah? Jacob.
Yeah.
Maybe it might be because of the visions that you get from your patron, and your attunement to this sphere. But you feel like the way that this grove is set up, raised away from all the other muds, set up in a way where it's not as susceptible to like the frozen nature of the mud. You feel like a druid has some play here, Jacob.
Okay.
You just notice like there are signs of like not just like wild nature, but almost like an intelligent design too. There's like a little collection of branches above the trees that are in like the shape of like a heart.
Some druid or some shamanic magic, just for their mounts, basically.
But yeah, you guys see this pasture. You're able to leave the pasture without any problem. These animals don't seem to chase you or really care about you whatsoever. You see
That sounds good.
Kermit scritches one behind the ears, and Celeste is like, "Kermit, you're always messing with those dumb beasts." And he's like, "Those used to be us, you know." And then they hop off.
Do we hear them say? Does the sphere tell us what they saying?
Nah, it's just their idle chatter.
Okay, I thought that was an important fact just now, but
Well, they're obviously frogs.
no. But these are weird frog bull things. They weren't even just frogs. They were already fucked up frogs.
Well, they share a common ancestor, the frog.
Fair, or 'Cause we don't know what pugs are, so.
Yeah, you guys would know what pugs are.
Ugly
what?
dogs.
Yeah, they would be like animals of royalty in this world.
Mm.
Yeah, so the features on these animals where they have like the frog bodies, but like pug fur and faces would be relatively familiar. It would look, of course, monstrous because it's fused with a frog's body. But yeah, kind of looks like a Kog'Maw, the Pugma skin from League of Legends.
I don't know what that is. I'm playing.
Wait, let me see if I can find it for you.
I don't know what that is.
Are you actually looking up league skins right now?
Yes, I'll find this for you guys so you can see what I'm talking about.
This is it. I do not consent to league skin view.
My eyes, my eyes.
Here we go. Yeah, this is horrifying. This is good for you guys, though, so you can see what's going on here.
I know exactly what you're gonna bring up. It's horrible. It's
Yeah.
actually unironically ugly.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So
It's like it looks like Poppy's old artist.
yeah. Here we go. Let me add Pugma to the chat so you guys can see what's going on. Here we go. There we go. Hit open, and then hit enter. Alrighty. You guys see that?
I see that.
Yeah, imagine that, but like almost all white, with glazed over eyes and wielding a spear. Yeah, that's pretty much what these guys look like.
All right,
It's
then.
terrifying.
Yeah, they're not that adorable when you look at them closely. But yes, they lead you guys on from the pasture. That was pretty much it during your afternoon encounter. I was trying to bait you guys into committing a war crime, but you guys didn't take the bait. So well done. And as you guys go ahead and give me that evening hex move for the day, Mr. Funakoshi. You can see it at this point. There's almost like a deeper collection of living trees. As you've been traveling more and more in their territory, you see more and more of those like living trees that resemble the same trees you've seen in the prior barony, but like sort of more trees that are built for cold weather. So you notice that the bark seems to be more insulated than the trees in the previous environment, as well as the fibers that hold the trees to the ground that have taken place of their roots are a lot more tough. The other ones are a little bit more loose. These ones seem to hold on to the mud much more tighter than previous environments' tree fibers. But as you guys travel further and you see more and more collection of those living trees with the little baubles on them, it comes within view. You see like a camp, but not just a camp, like a fortified camp. I imagine you move towards that like fortified camp, Mr.
Yeah,
Yes.
for sure.
Uh-huh.
Thumbs up.
Yeah.
We'll let the polywogs walk in front, yeah?
Yeah. They happily, like I said, as you've been moving more, they've been getting more and more jovial. And at this point, they're practically hopping all over the place. And they hop you guys on over. And you guys reach a basically like a big campsite. There's a large, what looks to be almost like a wall of growth, a mix of wood and flowers and nature that borders a large, what looks to be almost like a town, but much smaller than a town, more like a farmstead or like a village. And you see, as you're approaching, you see little Puggywug heads pop over the wall. And they point down at you and they say in Alcuin, intruders! Intruders! And then you see the one that said intruders get slapped. And you see one of them berate the other one. The most of you guys can't understand what they're saying, but Mr. Saphir understands. He's like, you idiot, look, it's Kermit. They're back from their scouting. They're not intruders.
I'll do a half-hearted wave.
Whoa, that's a gesture of war. All right, arm the guards. I'm kidding, of course, they don't say that. They look at you strangely. They don't know fucking wavings. As you approach the gates, there are some like frozen trees, knocked over trees that are sort of lining the way. You have to step around some frozen puddles that have like a thin layer of ice, so you don't step through and get frostbite, a la Mr. Funakoshi. But as you approach the gates, on either side of the gate, there's like a almost like a naturally woven archway, fibers in trees, and on either side of the archway is two Puggywugs that look bigger than the ones you've been traveling with. These ones in particular have shields and spears, and they look a lot more tough than the ones you're traveling with. But they still have the same goofy ass voice. So you approach these closed wooden gates, and they say, "Stop, Kermit! Who are these visitors?" And Kermit comes back to them and says, "These are looks to be some sort of clan from the far north. They say they have means to deal with the witch and save our queen. Oh, that's good news. Can you vouch for them? You know the queen has wicked ways. How do we know these aren't some of her men in disguise, or she's hired them?" Kermit sits for a second because he didn't think about that. "I don't. Oh."
God.
The two guards, these jacked as fuck Puggywugs, DDT Saphir, and that's it for today. But no, they look down and they say, "Do we have your word that you will not bring harm to our queen?"
Yep, you have my word.
Give me a persuasion check, Saphir.
God, so
What his word is?
persuasive
Yeah, I was
zero.
about to say this entire time, Canis has been sort of like
on your
educating you
shoulders.
on the riz of Puggywugs, and then you've also actually made pretty decent friends with these guys, especially after you stood up for them yesterday when Canis wanted to eat them for frog legs, escargot.
Yeah.
You stood up for them, and you've earned their, at least the trust of these two, so you can definitely get advantage on this roll.
All right. I have a +0, so. Well,
Mm. So, Saphir, you go. You can trust me in Primordia, but your Aquan is quite awkward. So you actually say something along the lines of, "Your mother is a cow," and
do they know what cows are?
I don't know. Your mother's a beast of burden. Okay, all right. It translates weird. All right.
Wow.
This is not an anime. Okay, no sub to dubbed here, motherfucker. But yeah, they as soon as you say that, there's this like 15-foot tall wall. The bigger one on the left is gonna hop down. And when he hops down, he drops like he's a superhero, and he's gonna take because he wanted to be cool.
He's gonna just die right now.
2 points of damage. And you see when he falls, he like winces for a second, but then he stands up, and he stands up to like his full like 5.5 feet height.
Oh, he's a little taller than me, actually.
Yeah.
Damn.
But, like the rest of us looking down at him right now.
Yeah, and he walks up to you, Saphir, away from the rest of the party, and you see.
I'll lean over to the polywogs that I was with, Kermit and Celeste. I'll go. Come on, guys, vouch for me. Come on.
Yeah, I was about to say, as soon as he does, Kermit like steps in between you two, and then he like slaps Kermit, and Kermit goes skittering into the icy waters that are located directly to like the to the left.
All right, Celeste, you're up. Go.
Like, Cadus, she's like, okay, well, hope he will roll. He will interpose himself between the big one and Celeste. And,
Canis.
he can't talk, but he's going to roll with intimidation. Not too bad. Not trying to like start a fight, but kind of like say like, hey, man, that's enough. Like, chill.
You know what? I'm gonna take out my spears. I'm gonna plant them in the mud. Crack my knuckles. All right, bro. Let's do this.
Oh my god, no! Like
Yeah.
you can talk to him. You're the only one who can talk to him.
He obliges. He does like a weird frog pug smile where like he bares his teeth, and he says, "If you're gonna answer, you're gonna have to earn it, bitch." or whatever frog, whatever bitch means in frog language. I don't know.
It's
Perfect.
the first explains like an honorable
Tadpole.
duel. He'll back up.
I'll
he'll
show
back up.
you. And then he also drops his spear. So, Saphir, let's roll initiative. You're gonna have to
All
fight
right.
your way in, boy. How much does this guy have? Oh shit, he's about it. Oh shit. Oh, Saphir. Oh, my suit so much has. He has a +3. Oh, you have a +4. Oh shit. Oh shit, Saphir. You might win this. So D20 +3. Nope. This 5.5 foot tall creature that's wide as fuck runs up to you without any weapons, but you can see he's got his teeth in his claws. He runs at you and he's going to multi-attack you, Saphir.
All right.
First with a bite.
I should have 16. All right, he gets me.
Yes.
No, he doesn't, because the guy can't understand what Cadence is saying. But Silver Barbs activate. He just swings and misses.
I got to reroll. Yes, he swings and misses when he tries
now
to
so-
chomp down on your head, Saphir. And then he's going to
All
come
right.
at you with his claws. Where is it?
Now Saphir has advantage.
And he misses with the claws as well as he goes to bite your head off and you duck under using the words of Canis. As you notice, there's a gathering of other Puggywugs at the gate that are like cheering and throwing rotten food and fruits at you.
Wow. All right. Is that his turn?
Yep, that was it. He stands
Okay.
back and he does that thingy where like he waves like, "Come here."
Is an unarmed strike? Is that 1d4 plus strength?
I think it's just a 1 plus strength.
Is it just 1 plus strength?
Yes.
Okay. So. Is the roll plus strength?
Yeah. When you do unarmed strikes, you are
Wait,
considered.
let me just find it in the
Yeah.
the thing.
You are considered
Okay.
non-proficient with unarmed strikes, so it'd be a D20 plus your strength modifier or your Dex modifier, depending on how you fight. Ooh, God! And then the damage should be 1 plus your strength. Yeah, there we go. I don't think you're supposed to get your proficiency with unarmed strikes. So let me double check. 5e. But we this is like a meme encounter. So it's fine. It's not a big deal. 20 hits for 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
He the literal rabbit punches.
Yeah, you punch
Yeah.
this guy in the face, but you have multi-attack, right? Or extra attack?
Yeah, I'll use my extra attack as well.
Mm-hmm. Ooh! 10 points of damage. For the purposes of this duel, since you're a dual wielder, I'll let you use your offhand strike.
Then I'll hit him again.
Yep. 14, I believe, misses. Let me do it. Yep, 14 misses. You notice he has a shirt that he's wearing that's made out of the scales of those draconic creatures you fought the day before. As your punch blows against his blubbery hide, he scoffs, wipes some blood off of his mouth, and says, "You're tough, but not tough enough." And he goes to bite you. Miss.
And he missed.
Yes. You can see he's a little off of his balance as he goes to swipe at you with his pug claws. 23.
Yeah, that hits.
Alrighty. With his pug claws, he is going to deal 5 points of slashing damage as he cuts you across the whiskers, and you get like that anime drop of blood
Do I-
going down your face. What was that, Sophia?
Would I still have my temp HP?
No, because this is the evening time. You would only have it during your movement morning hex move.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm down to 50.
Just sizing him up, you can see that he might be in the shits. He doesn't look very happy, but he's not going to back down with his boys at the gate, throwing rotten fruit and bones at you. As you
How dare you
Kill the
bleed
strike
my
him.
own blood?
Your first one misses, and the second one how much does scale mail give you guys? 5e scale. Oh, just- Scale mail gives you 14 plus dex, so it should be 16. So the first and second misses, but that third one hits for 5 points of bludgeoning damage. As he gets knocked down to 30 HP. You see him take a knee for a split second before he gets up. He says, "You fight well." Coughs up blood. "Do you work for that witch?"
No, I'm here to kill her.
Give me a persuasion check, but instead of rolling persuasion with charisma, roll it with strength.
All right, so
Add
it'll just
advantage.
be +4.
Show me your will. 17.
Add advantage.
Yep.
All right,
Alright.
yeah.
He wipes the weird azure blue blood from his mouth. He looks at you. He gives you a nod, and then he reaches to his side and hands you a berry. It's about the size of a fucking grapefruit.
It's a fat ass berry. What the
Mhm.
fuck?
He says, "Eat it.
Am I supposed to eat this?
It'll make you stronger."
You know what? Yeah, I'll do it.
Let me double check what this does.
Gonna turn him into a bunny frog.
Based. I'll get twice the height of my humps.
This does. Okay, so you are going to heal a total of 5 HP.
I'm back to full.
Your the cut on your face like seals over as you eat this. He says, "Open the gates," and all the Puggywugs cheer for your victory as they open up the gates to you guys. And when they do, you see what looks like relatively similar to the rest of the frozen swamps. There's a lot more water in here, and you notice that the Puggywugs, or in particular the ones you see traveling around or like sliding on their belly on the ice to get around, they seem to adapt it to the weather change. In particular, there are like at the beginning 2 large collections of what looks to be huts, almost woven from like nature itself. 2, I guess you could call them longhouses, because you can see several of the Puggywugs who were watching the fight but have since returned to their business are like moving in and out of those huts, carrying what you see like some goods like berries, and fruits, and meats to and from the location. In particular, when you're looking at those longhouses, the meat you see the most is like fish, but not just like any kind of fish. Who here? I think all of you have had some experience with oozes, right?
Say that again.
Most of us.
Yeah, all of you have had some experience with oozes. You see like some weird, like sort of hybrid between like sea life and oozes. Like you see like a fish that's like completely see-through gelatin, but on the inside you can see this like actual like meat on the inside just sitting there ready to eat. You see them like they have some of those like displayed in the display case here. You see like some weird sea mollusk where the shell is completely see-through, but you can see like the meaty innards straight through the shell. You see those are like on display with some Puggywugs like hawking their wares. You can also see there's a collection of at least like a dozen, at least like a dozen and a half thatch houses further away from those long houses, with Puggywugs looking at you through like open windowways. Or like viewing windows, I guess is the best way to put it, because they don't have like glass here or like window latches. They're just like sort of looking at you as you're approaching. And in the center of this fortress, or I guess base, you can see there's a large hut that's bigger than every other structure here. That seems like it's been woven out of like a large tree or several large trees. One tree like each makes up like a section of this home, and there's a door on it. And Kermit, he dusts you off, Saphir, and beckons you all closer. And he says, "She's in here." and he slides on his belly across the ice towards the large house in the middle of the encampment. Do you guys follow?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He slides up to it, flanking on either side of the door are two more of those guards like that were at the gate. Kermit goes up to them and says, "I'm pretty sure I don't have to introduce you. You guys saw the fight, right?" And they said, "Yeah, he kicked. It was a good bullywug name. Somebody give me a bullywug name."
Bobert.
Bobby.
Bobby. Yeah, he kicked Bobby's ass pretty well. He's like, "Yeah, I told you these guys are the real business. I think they're going to be our solution for that witch." He's like, yeah. "Are they spellcasters?" It's like, "Yeah." He's like, "I don't know if we can trust them." He's like, "No, they're good for it. Trust me. They helped us. They helped us get back." And the two exchange a look before they nod, and they like sort of step out of the way, and open up the doors for you guys. And I guess you guys head in the main building.
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Inside is like you immediately walk into what almost feels like I'm pretty sure some of you are from like towns and such, so you're familiar with like herbalist shops. You basically walk into like a large herbalist shop. It's almost like a living room or a pantry area, sitting area with several different chairs that are almost like not like crafted by like the hand of like a craftsman, but like we're woven from like wood itself. Several different chairs around a like a druid crafted table, and there are several hangings of different like fruits and plants and stuff in here that is just hanging down from the rafters or hanging out on the shelf. It's a pretty like standard like herbalist shop, but like times two because it's rather large. And you, as soon as you step in, you hear what's the best way to put it? A voice. I guess the best way I can do is just do the voice. Beckon you all, pretty sickly, that says, "Oh, I have visitors, huh? Come on back, y'all. Come see Mama T."
Only Zephyr can hear this.
Yep. I'll
She
I'll
says
walk
this.
forward
She
and
says
back into the
this
party.
in common.
Oh.
Mm. He doesn't know whether to be happy or suspicious. He kind of like looks to the rest of them. He's kind of like, well, after you all.
In particular, she doesn't have like the growl. This voice doesn't have the growl or the ribbit of the Puggy Bugs. It has more of a like an echo to it, like a ooh.
Come on, Canis, riz her up. Let's go.
Look, I actually don't have proficiency in persuasion, only intimidation and deception.
As you
It's time
guys
to
are
riz.
sitting here looking between each other, you see Kermit and Celeste basically run on all fours, racing into the room. Mama T,
Yeah, well,
Mama
okay.
T, we found the hope.
Is it gonna be like a cat lady, but like with dogs?
Frog
That'd be,
dogs.
that'd be hilarious. But okay, he goes in.
Canis is the first to go in. And Canis, you probably stop in your tracks because you're like, first off, now I see why this house is so large. Second off,
Oh god,
that's
is this
not
like
a dog.
queen?
That's not
Oh
a dog.
no.
And that's not a frog.
Not a
That's
manticore.
nope.
What
You
is
see
it?
a creature
A
that is
dragon.
large size, bordering on huge. It looks like a mammal of some sort, but like a sea mammal. This creature is relatively pale, but has more color to it than most creatures you've seen so far. It has almost like a powdery gray color to it. Um, uh, this is looks like, if you had to guess, some sort of sea mammal.
Like a manatee?
Did you just say mammoth?
Manatee.
Yeah, mammoth. That's her name, mammoth.
Oh,
Stop
cool.
playing.
Wow.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
You see her. She is flanked by a Puggywug
They have advantage.
who is dressed who is dressed in almost like those green fibers that you see that make up the huts outside, as well as that you can find at the bottom of those upside down trees. Who is sort of like nursing her forehead with some sort of spongy looking thing. Um, uh, Seems to be taking care of her basically, and she says, "Hold off on the kid right now, honey. We got guests in the team." And this
Well,
Puggywug gives you a nod, gives them a nod, and then turns towards you.
are we looking at like a ant queen but a pug?
No, this is a if you had to guess, it is a sea mammal.
It's a huge ass manatee.
That is,
It's a little manatee called Mama. Oh, I hate you.
but you see, under the cover, you can see that they have their arms over the cover. They have arms, and you can see under the cover are two legs, but you can also see a third limb.
Coomer, no.
Shut up. You can also see that they have when they look at you, they have like dark blue, and this is very unique because most of the creatures out here have either just like jet red or azure blue eyes. This creature has like dark blue eyes when they look at you. You can see that they have like it's a sea mammal, so it's pretty wrinkly already. But you can see, especially around the eyes, there's a lot of like darkened skin, a lot of flaky skin, and they look particularly uh, breathless. Every like second or third word you can hear sort of is creaking, and they cough. And when they cough up some. You would expect it to be, since most of the creatures out here have azure blue blood, something like that. But you see, instead of just like almost like pitch black tar coughing when they cough out.
Okay. Canis will step forward and give a slight bow / curtsy. You know, being respectful but not being like differential or anything. Like he's not intimidated, but he's like, okay, nice to meet you, Mama T. My name is Canis. We come from a settlement near the mountain in the north. We come with this. Of course, the seed is nearest. Like we have this seed. We were told could help at least mitigate some effects of the fog in general. We didn't know about you all being down here, but now that we do, we've heard that you all could potentially use this to both help yourself and us. And also, we are willing to potentially with your assistance. Exterminate the fog witch in this area for the benefit of, again, all parties involved.
She coughs up, and you can see her fighting to like make a smile. And she says, "Oh, it's so good to hear that there are other groups out there that are doing well. Me and mine have been doing well for some time before I became ill." You said something about a seed. What kind of seed, child?
I guess I'll motion to Funakoshi to bring it out.
I zip down my pants. Well, you ready for the seed? No, I bring up.
I use chromatic orb on Funakoshi. I activate spirit shroud. Fucking music.
Wait, give it Funakoshi, you present the seed.
Yes,
The
I
correct
present the satchel with magical seed inside. Yes.
Thanks, Funakoshi. As you step forward, you see her eyes go wide, and she says, "One of those, one of those rejuvenating plants, huh? I haven't seen one of those in quite some time. That dang witch, she keeps them all to herself. She thinks she's like some sort of gardener. We could definitely use those here. Do you mean to give it to us for us to keep for ourselves, or what would you like us to do with it?"
We want you to bring it to its full growth and then plant more of it when it produces seeds.
Ooh. You have to understand, child, that if I have that here, that witch is gonna know about it, and she's gonna send everything she's got to break in here and get it back.
Oh, don't
Yeah,
worry.
that's the point of us going over and killing her.
Wait, that
Oh.
sounds like that sounds interesting.
Could we set up a seat like a trap for her?
Absolutely, that's what I'm
He, no-
thinking.
he nods at Funakoshi. He's like, yeah, that sounds like a perfect like honey trap. Like,
Well, of
we
course,
just
she's not gonna come over here herself. She's got a whole army of those bloodsuckers that work under her. She's gonna send them to come get it, obviously.
Assuming that she sends a legion of bloodsuckers and we dispatch of them, because obviously, do you think that she has the power to create more, or will this be a significant blow to her defenses?
Nah, those things breed like bugs, honey. She's got a whole nest of them.
does she mind control them directly? For example, if we were to lure them here and you were just like to hold them back as we go assassinate her, what would happen when she fell?
Well, she's not gonna send a whole contingent over. She's got
Well,
her grunts, and then she's got her elite guard. Those are the ones that can fly. And then she's got the brutes. Those are the ones that can rip a puggy wug in half, and blink of an eye.
Well, you get what I mean. I'm saying like if they were even if it was just to lighten up so we didn't have to fight the scrubs and her elite guard. If they were to come at least head towards this direction as we're fighting, as we jump her, do you think at least it would make it a little bit slightly easier to take her out potentially?
Maybe.
Because she's gonna come this way regardless. But if we are here with you, all we would do was like get worn down fighting like mobs as she sits back and now she knows what's going on. But if like how would she know this seed was even here? Let me start with that. Is it like as soon as it touches the soil she'll know, or?
Well, you can never know who exactly has dealings with her. I imagine almost all of my children here probably are loyal to me, but she has her ways. She's a woods witch. Uh, every six-legged squirrel, every three-eyed skunk, every jellyfish or jellyfish for that matter could be her in disguise or one of her agents in disguise. She's got eyes. If things happen out here, she's at least as powerful as me, if not more. I know if there's things going on in her camp I want to know about, I could definitely get there and see it. If there's anything that we nature magic users are good at, is getting information when others can't.
Is there any way you could help facilitate our fight against her? If I assume you wouldn't want her forces anywhere near your people here, especially with you incapacitated.
Maybe bargain for peace. I'm too
Is
sick
that
to go there myself to ask her to do it. And I honestly, I don't trust her that much to bring her guard here and not just take me out of my weakened state. Maybe if you could speak to her. The woman I used to know is in there somewhere. I imagine
Oh,
if you
you
speak
know
to
her
her,
personally?
oof, way, long ago, child. Long ago. Before all of this drastic weather started. Before the sea creatures were relegated to their gelatinous forms. She like gestures at like a plate where you can see like some fish bones as well as like some discarded like jellies that you imagine was like the fish's flesh at one point. She's like, before all of this nastiness happened, you see, I think she kind of holds her head, tries to think back. Let me roll a d20. We were both uh, sirens, I think. Oh Lord, it's been so long. But we were both sea sirens uh, before this weather happened. I don't know what the miasma has done to her, but as you can see, she gestures at herself, has done this to me.
Mm.
I think it's just driven her mad with her feeling like all of those rejuvenation plants, they belong to her. I think she's in there somewhere. I think she can still be reached, but I can't face her in this form. She coughs up some more of that black stuff, and you see that um, uh, more druid-y Puggywug come over to her and like wipe her forehead with that sponge again, and feeds her a little bit of you see like a lime green like brew from a little mug.
Mm. Would he thinks carefully about what he's gonna say. He's like, if it's against ending this issue as fast as possible, or her still being alive, which is more important to you?
I don't like that she's still attacking us. I don't like that she is trying to subjugate all of the Puggywugs under her control. I don't like that she thinks that she owns all of these lands. I don't like any of that. I don't know if the answer is to kill her. I don't think that's the way, but if that's the way, if that's what you must do, I can't stop you, of course.
Is there anything we could use that you think might potentially sway her or persuade her? Like, since you know her personally, like
It's
a name she
possible.
knows.
It's possible that if you're able to take one of those plants and you're able to use them to make some sort of anti-miasma or miasma nullifying potion, get her to imbibe it. It's possible they could break that insanity spell that's got over her. She might
Would
be
she
more
do it?
willing to listen.
Would she do it willingly?
Probably not. I doubt it.
And also,
Okay.
wouldn't this use the seed completely if we did that?
Well, I can tell you, honey, that seed ain't gonna work for that. You're gonna need a whole plant, and we ain't got none here, so
And how long does it take to grow anyway? Like, extremely fast because of the fog?
no. It takes time, honey. Just like any plant.
Makes a huddle with the group. He's like, we're killing this bitch, right?
Wow. Whoa. Wait.
Wait.
Unless you all plan to live here for months at a time. The fault's dying now, currently.
I put the map on so you guys can see what the camp looks like too.
We should look into seeing what we can do to solidify our alliance with the Bullywugs. I say to my party, they could be a great ally, and they might also give us a +1 modifier to whenever the party needs to roll for the Walt.
Well,
Pepe.
yeah, I was thinking like the hag not attacking them would immediately endear us to her people, but since it's her friend personally, I feel like her duty to her people, with aka her healing herself due to the plant, is going to be how we get her on our side. Even though she might feel a little bit bad that her friend isn't around, it's better than her friend being around, being evil, and killing her.
Yeah,
I think we should probably go over to the hag's place and try to like sneak in and steal one of the plants. Because if she has plenty,
True, but it sounds like she has way more numbers than I was thinking initially. And he looks
we
at
might
like,
have to fight through some waves. But
This is what she looks like, if you guys were wondering.
where?
I was on the map.
Ah! Wait, the pug or the thing next to the
The
pug?
thing next to the fuck.
Oh,
You know
okay,
what?
okay.
She dummy
Bad.
50.
She bad, man. I don't know what you talking about.
I'd hit.
But I mean,
Well, you're a rabbit, of course you would. All right. But he knows what like might be the ideal thing to do. He personally wants to ask them like everybody. Okay, how much do you guys personally, not ignoring the potential benefits, because we got to think about what's feasible here. How much do you guys actually care about keeping this hag alive?
Well, if we bring the hag to our senses, that is instead of killing her, that is 2 allies instead of 1.
That's true.
True, but how are you going to force feed her?
I imagine we would possibly grapple her, and
Wow.
then
We have to
Fighting
knock
her
her out,
mobs.
I think. I don't think having
yeah,
a
either
spellcaster-
incapacitate her or grapple her.
Yeah.
The issue is this: incapacitating her, who's going to be a powerful spellcaster, while fighting her powerful melee mobs, sounds like something very hard to do simultaneously.
Well, you just have to reach her with someone with a nice.
True,
Yeah,
it's
someone
also assuming we can escape as we're getting attacked, because to say we're going to wipe all of them out and then go do it is also kind of like... I feel like it's kind of like... not really feasible.
Maybe the manatee can give us more information as how we can just avoid combat entirely. Maybe she knows something about the hag's wants or fears, or I don't think we're going to be able to manipulate her, but and she suggested that she might be willing to sue for peace or accept a peace offer, but
I think if you can get that spell broken on her, I think if you can remind her about the goods of nature instead of her using her corrupting ways to control those dastardly parasites, I think when she comes to her ways, I think she's going to come around. You just have to speak to her. I can't.
well, as you may have noticed, the four of us aren't the most charismatic party.
He
Nah,
stares at him with his 20 charisma. He stares at him like, "Don't speak for yourself, buddy."
Nah,
okay.
y'all sweet. What are you talking about? Y'all's been nothing but
wait,
kind to me, and y'all just met me.
He looks at the queen. He's like, "Okay, now hypothetically, we go with peace in mind, trying to save your friend. We sneak in, we steal one of her plants to use on her. Like, is there a specific like method of like potion you can teach us, or do we have to bring it back here for you to make? Because that's going to be a whole nother thing."
I can definitely help with it, but I ain't the best at the potion making. I'm better at the spell casting. She sort of waves her hand, and when she does, you can see she gives like effort, and it causes her to cough up some more of that black stuff. You can see she creates good berries, but these berries are like rotted.
Is that what I ate?
No, when you ate the berry, it was like a fresh good berry. These are different, warped, corrupted somehow. And you see she like
alright.
frowns when she does that. And she says, "Well, I used to be able to anyway."
Do you have a potion maker on hand?
She gestures at the more shamany looking Puggywug that's standing there, sort of looking there like offended. I got some of my acolytes. Most of us here ain't got the gifts for the druidic magic, but every once in a while, one of these little rascals, she like rubs his head and he like shakes her off of him and gives like a little growl, but you can see his disgusting little pug tail shaking. She's like, some of them here are born with the affinity for the magic.
Okay, so the plan would be break onto her compound, steal a plant or two, bring it back. If we get more than one, that would be really good because we'd be able to heal her as well as get another potion to cure the lady.
So, assuming we're able to steal one of the fruits and make it here and create a brew successfully, how do we convince the hag to drink it? Do we force feed it? Do we have to incapacitate her?
We would
That's the
probably
issue
force feed
because
her.
a fight could break out during, before, or after, and then it might force us to have to kill her or die ourselves.
I asked the manatee this, like, how do we get her to drink this potion?
Listen, all right. You're gonna have to. You're gonna.
No, she wants her friend to die. That's what it sounds like. She wants her friend to die.
No, you're gonna. God damn it! I'm so sorry. I'm not 5. I promise I'm not 5 or like 12. But when you said that, the first thing I thought about was like Bill Cosby. I'm so
Oh
sorry.
God!
Guys.
Oh no!
I'm
Oh
sorry, guys.
no! No!
I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's dark. That's dark. That's super dark.
Cut the stream.
I see. We must we must slip it into.
All right, so we talked to our media representatives, and they said that joke was in poor taste, and I apologize.
Yeah, he wants to pull the shaman plug to the side, maybe even out of maybe even out of the hood.
The plug.
Because the pug is well him and Saphir, the pug and Saphir, because obviously the pug is like probably the highest ranking pug next to her, so he kind of can like give like the temperature of what his people feel about sparing this hag that's been slaughtering them basically.
Well, you gotta remember, I don't give a fuck about her, but Mama T wants her to live, so.
Do you think Mama T would not want to work with us if we weren't able to keep her alive?
I think she'd be mighty gracious if you didn't kill her.
Well, you know.
But would she also be
looking
gracious
like
if we got the plants back and then removed the threat to your people?
Well, the plants ain't really gonna help us. It may help Mama T, but not really.
Yeah,
me.
then she can help you. I mean, she can help you after we help her, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I listen. You do what you gotta do. Why are you talking to me? I'm just a plug. Talk to the big lady, and she's just sitting there staring at you, Canis.
He regrets talking to the shaman plug. He goes back to her. He's like, okay.
It seems like
It's-
the best course of action would be to go and get a plant, and rather than heal her or like cure her, just cure the manatee lady so she can defend her people.
I'm stealing a fruit, assuming that we're able to get a fruit brew potion and give it to the manatee lady. Perhaps if she were to accompany with us, she'd be able to persuade the hag to drink a potion.
Issue being, how stealth are you guys as he stares at Funakoshi full of spikes?
Not at all.
I am proficient in stealth. I look like
I
a spiky
have-
bush when I roll up. Okay.
I have a
I look like a
falcon.
rose bush.
I have +5 hab efficiency and stealth. What about you, Saphir? You're a rabbit.
If I take off my armor, I have a +1 to stealth.
So that isn't happening. But okay, thank you for the.
But I have a owl falcon, that is pretty sick in stealth.
Okay, we use that for scouting for sure. That's good. I wish you would have told. Should have been using that. I wish you.
Well, it's kind of fucked up right now, so
Wait. What do you mean it's kind of fucked up right now?
it didn't make its con save. So next time I bring it out, I don't know. Maybe it'll have to make another one.
Okay, he turns back to the lady. How far away is she right now? Would you say? Like, where's her base? Like a day or like just a few miles?
I'm pulling up the map. Enhance.
If she says like 8 days, that she dying. Like I'm not
Shit.
doing some stupid
She
shit. Like that.
is from here. If you travel normally, that's 2 days exactly.
Oh my god. I mean,
To the southeast. Basically, if you travel southeast in the straight line, eventually you're going to either hit her place or you're going to see it.
he pinches his nose. How long can your falcon stay out, Saphir? If it survives the fog check.
Well, it can stay out indefinitely. But I believe it can only be like 100 feet from me.
Yeah, it can be 100 feet from you, but it can only be 100 feet from you when you're able to see from it and give it directions. If it's more than 100 feet from you, it's just going to do what you tell it to do as to the best of its understanding.
Yeah.
That's what it can do.
Okay. I get what the ideal way to do this would be, guys, but are you guys willing to do that on like a 2-day stretch back and forth? Potentially being chased by enemies?
Could we potentially make this place like another checkpoint?
Another what?
Like fast travel point?
I didn't think about that. Hmm. Well, I guess technically you are allies.
Yeah, we would be.
The only thing I would say is, as long as the witch is alive, she sends raids here regularly to try to tear down their defenses, like the walls and stuff. So the only issue with that is it's technically not safe. As it is friendly, but it's not safe technically.
Okay, I was thinking we go get the flower, we give it to her, and then we go home, and then maybe on another expedition we would.
Sounds good to me, because like the only way to make this a safe checkpoint is to take out the witch one way or another.
Yeah.
First, we can always walk up and see like how exactly stacked your forces are. He looks to the Mama T is like, so you mentioned the type of guard she has.
Did you just say manatee? What the hell?
I said Mama T. That's what I said. But you mentioned what type of guards. But do you know like exactly like does she have like 15 of the big guys, or like more like a small elite, like 5 of them or something, or?
Couple hundred.
I'm trying to find the best way to say countless. She's got a lot of them big boys. You gotta remember she's had a long time where she's been able to control most of this territory. Sometimes, well, not just sometimes, but those big guys, unlike the little guys, don't listen to her as much. So she definitely don't have as much as them. A lot of those big guys, those big mosquito guys, they got their own claim that's going on far to the east. They got their own territory. It's just she's able to convince some of them to work for her.
Right, you told me about the big swole like humans, like our size mosquito people that kind of like do their own thing.
Yeah.
So she has a few of them, you said?
Yeah, she convinced a handful of them to work for her, and they basically get to be like little lieutenants over the little guys, whip them into shape, send them off in little groups to be able to do like they're like a little military group. They get to play make believe, you know.
Now the question is, do you know if any of them are enthralled? Because if I'm assuming maybe if we show like shock and awe, we like completely obliterate a lot of the smaller ones. Maybe they're just like it's not even worth it and just leave.
The small ones, they will fight as long as there's a lot of them in one place. They're like those other creatures far to the north. Those little goblin dudes.
Mm-hmm.
They fight just like them. As long as there's numbers, they stand and fight. But if you kill enough of them, they will run. But those bigger guys, they unlike the smaller ones, they can drain you like a parasite. They drain you faster, and they also have the advantage of being able to fly. So those guys are much more dangerous.
Do the smaller ones seem to be stronger in the pack, like not just morale-wise, but literally stronger?
Well, when there's like 5 or 6 of them sticking in you, they can drain you in like 6 seconds. So probably.
Well, he's trying to like do a roundabout way of asking if they have pack tactics also.
I don't think so. Do Sturgis have pack tactics?
No, but it's your Sturgis, so I'll make sure.
So they basically just have the Goblin stat block mixed with the Sturge stat block. So no, they don't have pack tactics. I mean, they got the nimble escaping shit, but they don't have pack tactics.
Do you know if they have any weaknesses to fire and elements?
Not that I can think of.
All right, he kind of looks at everybody else like you guys want to at least go see what's there first, maybe.
Yeah, I'm down.
That does seem to be a threat that needs to be taken care of eventually, so might as well see what we're dealing with.
Yeah, worst
I
case,
guess we go there, and I guess the only decision we need to make is if we think it's viable to stealth one fruit, or if we're going guns blazing, trying to nuke down the hag.
Probably depends on how crazy these things are. If we get to like a skirmish safely with like not a huge group, just to see like brush our teeth against them just to see how it goes. If they're like a problem, then we might have to just go, you know.
Yeah, but without you guys really realizing it, Mama T's been doing like some druid crafting around the room. So like everybody at one point had like a chair literally grow from under them, and they're sitting down with like a little like a tree fiber blanket on your laps, and you each have been given like a little mug of mead.
We just
Um,
completely too enthralled in the conversation.
yeah,
Yeah, we're absently mindedly sipping.
yeah. I'm gonna say Saphir has like a little knit like knight's cap on.
Sophia's pinky is out, and Canis shakes his head disappointingly, like,
You, Funakoshi, one of your quills has like a little flower on it, and then both Canis, your crossbow has like a little flower on top of it, and you have a flower that's inside the what do you call that thing? The main part of your glaive, the fur part, uh, uh, Jacob. In particular, whenever you've been having this conversation, Mama T's been sort of looking at your glaive, like sideways, like she's interested. But she doesn't make any comment. Give me an insight check, Jacob.
Not my forte. Yep.
Yeah.
It is quite literally my forte.
Yeah.
Jacob turns like, oh, she horny.
she's so big. But no, Mama T, she says she goes into a coughing fit for maybe like a minute or two. As I mentioned before, every time she coughs, she's coughing up like almost like black ichor. It's very, very distressing to see. She.
Oh, can I try something? I'll go up to her and use lay on hands to try to cure disease or end poison.
You notice it has no effect.
Oh well, worth a try.
The good thing is you guys got here at evening time, so you can be the long rest before you head off to the witch's hut. So that's good. But a good try. You notice it does make her feel a little better, but she still goes to do coffee fit and coughs up some of that stuff. She smiles at you gently, like pats you in the head and say, "Oh, thanks, child, but we're druids here. We got all them healing magics. Nothing's worked so far. Pretty much the only thing we got to bank on to make Mama feel better again is one of those rejuvenation potions. But Mama T's lived a long time, and she's taken good care of all of her little ones. She looks at the colored rugs in the room, and they all like nod, and you see their little pug frog tails wagging. And they're like, if it's my time to go, it's my time to go. I just ask that going forward, if I ain't here, y'all do what's best, not only for y'all, but also for my little ones here. If I could offer a suggestion for a way to go forward, my suggestion would be as much as history that we have, as much as I can remember her taking care of me and bailing me out of bad situations, like when I would be stuck in a fisher's net. She does like a little chuckle, or being chased by some sharks. I think that the lives of my clan means, if it means taking her out, you will find no quarrel from me. The main thing I just say is that we try the diplomacy route first. I know it's harder, but she sort of looks left and right. She says, "I have some riches. I'm not the queen that some tell you that I am. I'm more of a provider, but I got some riches here that make the harder time easier for you to do. If a little wealth will make it easier for you to deal with her in a more pacifist way, I can give you some of that as well.
Maybe
Alright, we'll
instead
consider
of gold, one more piece of advice. What could possibly convince her to see the error of her ways?
Like something
Yeah.
sentimental, or like something only she would know about between the two of you to show like you're serious about peace, or
Outside of breaking her that insanity she's going through, I can't think of anything. I've spoken to her before. Um, she laughs at me, tells me to give up. Of course, I'm not going to subject my people to her whims, but I think that's the only thing that's going to work.
will her
It
troops
is
attack on
possible.
Titan?
She puts her hand on her chin for a second and said, "It is possible, but more dangerous, to travel far to the south. That's where those dragon men have their territory. It overlaps with ours and hers territories a little bit. Uh, they don't take too kindly to us. We don't take too kindly to them. Whenever they come across us, they either kill us for fun, my frogmen, or they enslave us for whatever nefarious deeds they have there. If my recollection is correct, they do a lot of sacrificing over there. So they ain't too kindly as you might think, but I'm pretty sure they got some of those flowers themselves. They seem to grow more plentiful in the deeper fogs. So if you wanted to go a secondary route, you could travel down there, see if you could find some wild ones down there, or treat with those dragon men, see if they're willing to give you some in exchange for something else.
Like actual? Does she mean dragon, or like the mosquito men, the big ones?
Well,
Dragon Men.
they look kind of like y'all ran into those pastel colored crocodiles yet?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're like that, but they walk on two legs. They're like 5, 6 feet tall, breathe elements.
Where
But
would the
they're
Dracomen be able to help us? Do you know if they possess something or any information?
I
or-
know in their territory,
plants.
at the very least, they have those rejuvenation plants that they guard pretty closely. If you could, by chance, find one that's down there that's wild, or you could trade with them for theirs that they already got there, you might be able to do that.
and now hear me out. He turns to the group. He does like the quotation mark with his fingers. My persuasive abilities are best against draconic speech and creatures. So if you do want to do this whole peaceful shit, that's probably our best option, talking to them. Because I feel like this hag is gonna gonna aggro. And then we're gonna try to
Well-
like knock her out or something stupid.
The Dragon Men are also deeper into the fog,
Fair.
and they're probably way stronger.
Possibly. If they're all like mutated dragonborn, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, is it in like the second level fog?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! Oh, never mind. I didn't get that part. Okay.
Yeah, I believe
Oh.
that's how she got sick. She went to meet with the Dragon Men.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, for now, let's sleep, and in the morning, I feel like our rule on if we run into like a group is like, let me go first so I can whip them up, whether it's to interrogate or to and he does his hand like in the smash motion and fire flicker motion with his fingers. And he's like, okay, well,
Yeah, you can lead. I'll be right behind you.
all right, well, is there a place we can sleep here till we leave first thing in the morning, ma'am?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to stay here. We don't have too much visitors, so we don't have too much accommodations for visitors, but you're more than welcome to take up. She sort of gestures that you're already in chairs.
Yeah, I'm about to say, like, we just sleep.
Yeah, at this point, you have like little vines that are growing on the side of your chairs, and you can see like little fruits. Fruits that you probably haven't seen before. Like some weird, strange splattered like uh, grapes with like weird patterns on them, strawberries that have like little spikes on the outside of them, all sorts of fruits that you haven't seen before. She says, I can provide you shelter and food. My children can provide you protection. You can stay here as long as you need.
All right, we'll head out first in the morning. All we need is like a sense of direction of where we're going from you guys, and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, Mama T, she gives you a nod, and then if any of you guys would stay, she is like an old lady, so she's going to speak to you guys and talk your ear off about all sorts of stuff. She wants to know where you're from. Why are you guys not as well? Why are 3 out of the 4 of you not as scuffed as everybody else is? She's like, I remember all the different people that would come to the shore side before this miasma came. I don't remember it that well, but I don't see folks like y'all anymore. How do y'all survive out here?
We got another place. My husband didn't touch for a while.
What do you mean for a while?
Well, I got this shit recently.
Oh no, what's happened?
My body can't last forever.
One at a time, boys. One at a time.
Candace, take the wheel.
Because Saphira jumps out of the car.
Elaine's like, well, most of us are former subjects of the he'll name the king controllers, whatever the hell his name was. Maxwell's dad.
Mhm.
And he's like, we were, protected from the more harmful effects of the fog for a while. Not all of us are, fighters. We have a lot of civilians. And, now that that protection's gone, the fog is doing what the fog does. He looks at Funakoshi. Like, so we're kind of, a little bit more urgent than we might have been before, but, we're doing what we can. Trying to deal with a lot of the, as you know, probably hobgoblin factions up north. We, yeah, and, the troglodytes, we deal with them a little bit, We're moving piece by piece, trying to.
Hobgoblin? You talking about those nasty goblinoid men that be attacking my men up north?
Yes, there's at least 3 to 4 factions of them, and they all hate each other too. Ironically,
Oh lord. Huh?
typical.
Happy to be down here in my cozy, mostly frozen marsh.
Now, I would suggest staying down here. There's a lot of the more like directly magically powerful beings up north, probably because they were former wizards, etc., that got turned by the fog.
Well, I don't think you've met those dragon men quite yet. Not only are they
No,
skilled with sword and shield, they fight with both with ferocity. They also have their own magics. They can release breath weapons. They have little, well, not even little, large dragon-like creatures that they ride on the backs of and summon to their sides. Those crocodile creatures, those are just the beginning. They got some of them that are the size of whole houses that can breathe fire.
He'll kind of like open his hand, like a small purple dragon eye will pop out. He's like, well, actually, I'm I have a dragon patron myself, so that's one of the few things I actually kind of know about as far as like Dragon Society. But the thing is, like, there's a succubi up north, a couple liches, lots of ghosts, and
Jeez.
and then a lot of the populated human cities, the undead there appear to think they're alive.
Yeah,
and
they
they,
do the same down here, honey. Don't worry about it. They are all the same
Okay.
everywhere.
It's good to know it's like not a specific thing. That'd be worse.
Yeah, no.
We've managed to mostly just like defeat the troglodytes. They were the ones trying to capture and turn people worse into the fog.
I don't know what a
and,
troglodyte is, honey. What are you talking about? You speaking
I'll explain
gibberish? Somebody bring this boy some water. I think he's losing it.
I'll explain quickly how they look. It's mutated dragons.
Kobold.
Almost like one of those little dragon men, huh?
He's in the back of his mind. He hopes that like the bronze dragon that was mutated that got killed by us wasn't like friends with the dragon men. That'd be
Yeah,
awkward.
my buddy,
And then,
that large Elizabeth over there. Have you heard from her?
he's like, okay, well, yeah. And then there's some giants we haven't met yet, etc., etc., etc. Like, okay, that being said, we're gonna get some sleep, and hopefully, at this mission succeeds, we can, trade more information.
Okay. You guys, take your quarters. You've noticed throughout the night, several times, Mama T coughs up. She gets into a coughing spell where she's hacking and wheezing several times throughout the night. In her, there are several different druids that come in or out to assist her with spells to bring her some comfort in her, pain. Other than that, you guys are able to get your long rest. If any of you guys had like any interest in checking out the Puggywug marketplace, they sell mostly only like fruits and vegetables. They don't really use money here, but they're willing to like get some gold just because it looks pretty. If you guys wanted to get some strange squid fish or gelatin eels or something.
Canes will give 2 gold pieces to 2 gold pieces per good berry that can be made for the group.
They're not giving out good berries, but
Never mind.
Yeah, if you want to buy like normal goods, they don't really do like spell services here.
I'm assuming it's all fog touch shit anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good with our crocodile jerky then. It's already fog touch. I was just hoping it was good berries, but never mind.
Mm-hmm.
How did that one guy have that big ass Goodberry?
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. Like, he just handed you one. I assumed he gets some, but maybe that was just like a warrior thing.
Ranger.
Was he a ranger?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm.
Oh, can we bring any polywogs with us?
Yeah, like
can
a
we
scout or
ask?
something.
Hey, does anybody wanna come along?
We could use the guides.
Celeste and Kermit go up to you guys and they wag their tails and they hop around and say, "We'll come with you. We'll come with you." And Mama T says, "If you're gonna take my children, please bring them back now."
Or like before they go with us, Kay has asked them, like, he gets to ask them not to be mean. Do you guys know the territory towards where the rich lives or the hag lives?
Celeste and Kermit look at you offended, and they say, "We are the premier scouts of the Puggywug Empire, and you ask us if we know where that dastardly witch lives?"
Is the queen shaking her head like you're lying?
No, she's looking at you in amusement, like she thinks it's interesting seeing her children basically make friends.
Does that tell me yes or no? He's like, okay. He shrugs.
Kermit stands up and he like slaps on his hide armor. He says, "I am Kermit of House Kermit, first of his name, last of his clan. Of course, I know this entire area except for the deeper place. I don't go there."
He sees him getting slapped by the bigger pollywog on repeat in his head. Like slow motion. With the 5-finger say to the face. And we see it over and over again, like Rick James slapping him over and over again.
Yep.
He looks at everybody else like, well, I'm fine taking whatever you are.
Yeah, I guess if they can give us directions.
If they can scout ahead, and he looks to him like, this time you will have to do your best to please not let us fall in quicksand, please.
No promises.
Okay, so you wanna see if your hawk doesn't instantly combust is something.
Yeah, I'll bring it out.
He backs away in case it blows up as soon as it comes out.
Alrighty. Sophia.
It's been a few days.
Sophia harnesses the magic and produces a portal from the Fae. You hear Mama T gasp and say, "Spellcaster! I knew there was a spark in you, child." And as your hop comes out, go ahead and make that con save.
1d20 minus 1.
Guidance.
Not to mention that you literally have an ice and fire spear on your back.
Yeah.
Of course he's a spellcaster, Mama T. You sit and go. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Your heart comes out, and for a split second, it goes, and then it lands on your shoulder. It's got a cigarette in its mouth as it does.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the land of the living.
It sounds like Jonah Jameson.
I don't feel well, boss.
Suck it up, bitch.
All right. Who's the hot lady?
Hands off. That one's mine.
Checked it. Ooh, yeah. Alrighty. And you guys are able to head down. Mama T asks you a few more questions, like, how many people stay there. You tell her anywhere from 100 to 200. She asks if there's anything she can do to help you guys. You're like, do you have a philosopher's stone? She's like, no, I don't even know what the fuck that is. She's like, you're like, okay.
Wow, equivalent exchange.
Yeah, she brings out all the materials needed to make a canis and draws a circle and does so. But yeah, she asks about you, and then when all the questions are exhausted, you see she gets like breathless, and eventually she just kind of says, I need to take my rest now, honey. Thank y'all for entertaining me, and I know this. I know when I ask you, it ain't easy. Taking pity on a creature like that that's done so much harm to me and mine, that's not an easy task for me to do either. I just feel like there's something good in there. There's something in there that's good. I think there's a way to do this. It's going to be a lot harder than just going right at her. But remember, not only is she Woods Witch, but she used to be Boggs Witch. She used to be a powerful caster back in the day, if my memory serves me correctly. So she's probably got all sorts of magics. I don't think taking her down is going to be that easy.
Do you think she has immunity to magic though?
Let me see. Where is it? Give me a second. Enhance. Let's go with this. Oh, wrong one. Okay. What do you have? Yes. She has magic resistance.
How's that work?
She has advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects.
Shit. Okay.
Alrighty then.
And then she,
Well, let's be off, yeah?
she also has. Let me double check. Where is it? Okay. Yeah. She's got a lot of shit, and she's not going to be easy to beat. But yeah, you guys are able to take your long rest. We hit our second 2-hour mark, so let's go ahead and take a break here, and then when we come back, we will handle the traveling to her base, and then you guys are going to figure out what you're going to do from there. Here's a question for you guys, though. So, how long do you want to stay out here?
I imagine we either get the flower or fail at doing that, and then go home.
Yeah, more or less.
Well, the reason why I asked is because if you guys travel there, it's still 2 days to get there. And then I don't know if you guys are familiar with games run by DM Mega, but combat can take 2 hours by itself. So I'm asking,
Fairly
like,
true.
what's the plan here? Because what we want to do, I think, is going to decide. Because I think if you guys go there with the intent of combat, we can do so, but you're probably going to end in the middle of combat. If you go there with the intent of trying to stealth and take it, that's possible. But then you also have to have time to get back home Question mark. Is the plan for the whole group to stay out here another session?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
If the rest are.
Yeah, sure, totally.
I'm fine with that because either of those situations could turn into the other when it comes to stealth and or fighting. So
Sure.
I feel like it's not going to happen inevitably.
Okay. So for right now, the group is okay with the possibility of this going another session.
Specifically, yeah, especially if we can make it back here, back to the polywog place.
Yeah. Okay, just making sure. Okay, so we are going to take that break, and then when we come back, we are going to see what the party is going to do with their new mission intel. I imagine you guys are probably going to leave the seed here, right?
Yeah, we're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not getting like fucking snatched up like New York, like in the
Yeah, but say
Only
like a DMV, we get like snatched like in the DMV, snatch your J's.
easy, too fucking.
so
easy.
if we take it, maybe we could use it for bargaining. That's the only reason why I can think of.
But remember, she's gonna use it for evil purposes. Like she's actively gonna corrupt it and make it like put out more fog. It might turn this area into level 2 or something.
What if we were to, just hypothetical, propose to trade one of the seeds, which can be used for creating another plant, or for maybe a couple of fruits? We can restore a friend, maybe make a potion, and come back with a potion of stop being corrupted.
Well, we only have one seed.
Yeah, there's only one seed.
And then if you suggest that Mama T will let you know there are no fruits that are born from the plants. The plants just germinate and spread, but there are no fruits. You just get the seeds.
Oh, so we were completely mistaken about that in general. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that answers the question.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is one and done. Also, most likely she's an evil psychotic hag. She's gonna say, "Okay, thanks for bringing it. I'm gonna kill you now and take both.
Yeah, it's
And
most
have everything
likely.
I want." Yeah, she's gonna instantly like the music's gonna start, "Dum, bum, bum, bum," and that's
I don't
yeah.
know why you guys assume that she's evil. Why would you, I don't?
Look, her friend who like loves her literally just says she's chaotic evil.
Mhm.
And she's a hag. So like
Mhm. She's
I'm
upon
like
us.
I'm 2 step away from like alpha striking like upon sight. Like, I'm only not doing it because I feel like the group wants to kind of try.
Tango
So,
down.
Yeah, if it was up to
Also,
me.
I think she's like way stronger than we think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I wasn't saying about her in general. I mean any enemy group that we see as hers that we walk up on, I was gonna alpha strike. Period. As we move, like and then
If
like
we find any like sturges outside of her place,
yeah, so or like yeah, if it's like one big guy and a bunch of sturges, I'm saying we like and they're close together. I was gonna like
Yeah.
nuke the
Oh,
shit out of
yeah.
them.
It sounds like the Sturgis aren't like
I'd say we
close
probably just nuke
allies.
them. Yeah.
What
Yeah,
you
it
say?
sounds like they're not close allies, so killing them
Mhm.
probably won't, kill our chances with eventually curing her and becoming.
Yeah.
They're more like you're killing dude's henchmen. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, that's annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only-
I think we should.
Sophia, you cut out.
I think we should probably go the stealth route.
oh, for sure. Like with the bullywugs, you're a falcon. Like in the air, the bullywugs in front of us, we should be able to stealth pretty well. Are any of us low decks?
Yes.
I have one.
Yeah,
dex
we have one
and
player that's really low
disadvantage.
Yeah, we have 2
Who?
heavy armor wearers with low decks.
Oh, okay.
Well, I
I
think
mean, I could throw on a light armor
yeah.
because I have backup light armor, but I mean,
And then
do not have any light armor.
and the cloak helps too, I guess.
The displacement does not
Um,
help with stealth.
There's no one here
No,
with
no,
cast without
man,
trace,
I'm-
right? There are no druids.
Oh, you
or
mean
anything.
the cloak helps with his armor? I got you.
Right, yeah. I'm saying like if he had taken the armor off. And yeah, we
Oh.
did have pace without trace,
That's
but guess
a
what? The
good
druid,
call, Mr. Funakoshi. Let me.
the druid who was supposed to be here.
I need 2 rolls, Funakoshi, because Mama T. I don't know if you guys can tell, but she's a druid. And she's a pretty
Mhm.
high level druid. She has abilities, and her children, just through being around her in nature magic, has gained those gifts. They aren't particularly high level druids. They can do some druid craft, some minor magics like some minor healing, that sort of stuff. But it is possible that one of them is experienced enough to have the pass without trace spell, which I believe that is a 2nd level spell, correct?
Mhm.
Okay,
So, yeah.
Funakoshi. I need 2 rows. I need the first one is going to be a d20. I will give you a +1 because you did not kill Mama B and all the Puggy Wugs when you first encountered them. And then I will give you a +1 on this d20 because you are in a camp full of druids. So you will have a d20 +2. Let me set the DC. It's going to be yep. So you are going to need to pass this DC, and this first DC is going to be: is there a Puggywug druid who's here that can cast that spell? And then the second one is going to be: can you convince them to come with you? Because as far as they're concerned, this is a suicide mission. So
Okay, sure. D20 +2.
yes,
8.
Rip.
Up to a 10.
yeah, nah, nope,
Mm,
nope. Unfortunate.
Okay.
yes.
Oh shucks.
They are all scrubs, and they smell really bad like wet dog, but they do not have passed without trace. I'm sorry. But we've been talking about taking a break for like 5 minutes now, right? Let's go to break. You guys can discuss your tactics and stuff during the break, and then when we come back, we will have the exciting third quarter conclusion of expedition number 25/21. We'll be back, guys.
Yeah, you could put that live. Little
Sorry,
man.
sorry, guys. Jacob, are you here?
He's trying to spare his
Okay.
dragon and his witch, but it won't save him.
Sorry, everyone. We're back with the Forsaken Folks Expedition number 25/21. We just had a little bit of a longer break. The players were discussing strategy and getting a little bit more detail from Mama T, who is totally not a manatee. All right, her name is just Mama T. Okay, but the players awaken in the morning time, well rested. Still feeling a little off because they're existing in the overworld, which is full of a poisoning miasma. But they're okay. Did any of you guys fail your con saves at the beginning? Matter of fact, Funakushi, give me a con save. Because you never rolled one.
18.
Yeah, so you're fine. I think. Oh, Emmerich and Jacob failed their con saves.
No, I passed mine.
I have you down as failing.
I'm very certain I passed mine.
Yeah, I think Emmerich. I'm pretty sure it was Emmerich.
Yeah. Okay, so Emmerich failed. So I have him roll his cancer save after this.
That's why he actually went back, is because
He went
I
back
guess
to
he's dying.
recover, and then everybody else was like, "We're all dying as well." Good times. Good times.
I'm like 90% sure I passed mine, but I mean, if you want me to roll again, I will.
No, you
I
good.
remember because he was really sure he wasn't going to pass it, and he passed it.
Yeah, no, you good. You are okay. I'm not gonna. I take your word for it. There's no reason to not believe you. I believe you all are trustworthy, except for Canis. But
True.
I'm sorry, Canis. I'm sorry.
No, that's smart. That's smart.
I just wanted to pick one person. Okay, I don't have a vendetta. Okay, you guys ready to go?
Yes, sir. Let's
No.
do this. Hawk first.
Let's
How
go.
far away can your hawk talk to you?
It has to be within 100 feet to be able to communicate with it.
Okay, it should be 100 feet ahead of us as we're stealthing.
Sure. We have rolls. We still have 2 days you guys have to take to get there. What travel speed would you like to take? I imagine
Probably slow.
slow. Okay, so we're moving at 2 hexes. Slow.
Well, that would have had another day, or no?
Yes, because it was 2 days right on the mark. So if you move it slow, let me see. We're gonna have 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it'll be 3 days.
Oh, we have to cross the river?
Oh yeah, you got to cross like 2 rivers.
Oh, Jesus. I didn't know that. Fuck. All right.
Sludge time.
Well, we all remember that the big snake thing is very good at water stealth. So we will be hyper vigilant.
That's why the slow is helpful, because we get advantage on perception.
Mm-hmm.
So Funakoshi, you want to go ahead and roll me that navigation check with advantage due to Kermit and Celeste, and then Watchman, go ahead and give me 3 sets of perception checks. These will be at advantage. Jeez, y'all really want to not die?
There we go.
Kind of weird, man. Give me a second. I was watching League of Legends. I gotta pull up my notes on my laptop.
Okay, midday seems like the worst for us.
Yeah. Oh yeah. TPK. Where is my Google
We,
Docs?
we will try to keep midday not across a bridge going across water.
Well, there are no bridges in the swamps. You're just gonna have to.
Oh God, we gotta ford it. Oh shit. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Maybe we could knock
Thankfully,
down a log.
you have some frog creatures that do know of locations near the riversides where they have basically makeshift rafts that they can use to get across.
Okay. I was about to say otherwise we're gonna
Man.
tie ourselves to each other with rope.
In the third section, that we have an average of 20.
Yep. You are going to get a
Nat 20.
encounter on that day. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything in my notes. Nope. Looks like you have. Yep. Cool. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything special with you guys. Yes. Much like the day prior, when you guys wake up this morning, everything is frozen over. Boop. It seems like whatever weather pattern is currently existing, it is persisting as well. I'm just um, recording your rows. Funikoshi, you got a 17 on the day, which is a fail. What else do we have? Saphir, for his perception checks, he got a 19, a 13, and a 23. Canis, you got a 15, 14, and a 24. Sheesh, yeah, that last day, if you guys manage to survive, nothing's gonna stop you. If you manage to survive. And then.
Oh, by the way,
16.
are we traveling at like slow movement speed or extra
Yes.
stealth? Yeah.
Yes. Slow basically doesn't affect anything necessarily in combat. It just gives the watchman a chance to be able to see dangers before they see you, so that way you can proceed with how you want to interact with those dangers.
Okay, perfect.
So, Mr. Funikoshi, you failed the check. I think you have to fail by 5 or more in order to um, lose a hex. You didn't fail by 5 or more, so you're still going to be able to travel 2 hexes on this day. The issue is, if there are any environmental hazards, you will not have advantage in order to overcome them. That's the downside of failing your navigation check. Let's see. Yeah, during the first day phase, I think the average is 17 for this first one, so you will not get a unique encounter for that one. Second one, definitely not with Jacob rolling 8. And then third one, as Jacob said, it's going to be a 19, so you are going to get, or a 20, so you are going to get a unique hex encounter. Mr. Funikoshi, as our navigator, go ahead and move me that first hex.
We're going. Mhm.
Yes, they tell you that you essentially want to travel pretty much due south. Well, technically you would have ended your day phase here because this is where the Bullywug territory is, or the Pullywug. They basically tell you want to head exactly due southeast for about 2 days, and then the next day you want to head southeast and then directly south on the third
Okay,
day.
so southeast here, are we able to cross this river easily?
With the assistance of the Bullywugs, this environmental hazard is going to be easier, but it is not going to be completely subverted. You are traveling over particularly hazardous terrain. The rivers, as I mentioned before, do not move like water. They move more like blood, which is a lot more gelatinous and a lot more clotted. Um, Fording the rivers should be relatively easy, but as a navigator, I'm going to need you to give me a check in order to be able to make it across that river without experiencing an environmental hazard, Mr. Funikoshi. I have
Sure,
already
survival?
rolled your DC, yes.
Okay.
And we will count this as your, yep, you absolutely do. With the assistance of the Puggywugs and your experience being a nomad, dealing with dangerous terrain, you're able to, using probably your weapons, maybe the magical quarterstaffs, you're able to ford the river using this makeshift raft that the Puggywugs have used whenever they need to go scouting across the riversides. As you do so, when you put your quarterstaffs in the river, it almost feels like the river itself is like pulling on your quarterstaffs, and even the raft at a certain point, it almost feels like the water's alive in a very uncomfortable way. But you're able to make it across and move your first day phase, no problem, over here.
That's cool. I think with my electric staff, I'm like zapping
Yes.
the crew away. Yeah.
You're able to make it over here and sort of shake off all the willies. A very strange sensation came over to you guys when you going across the water. You almost like lost your sense of smell. There was a sort of stench to the river, like death. After a little while, it almost like numbed your sense of smell as you were fording it. And as you make it across and you sit down over here on the dry part of the lakeside and have yourself your late breakfast, early lunch. You regain your sense of smell back a little bit, but it doesn't come back completely. During your second day phase movement, I imagine you're going to ford the river again. You pass that 21. Um, so here's the question: Um, I can't show it to you guys on the map for secrets reasons, I guess. But the hag's hut, you guys should be able to see when I ping. It's like here. Did you guys see that?
Yep.
It's
think
like
so, yeah.
here. So the question is, you can ford the river now for the second time, or you can do it in like a day or two.
I think fording it now is probably fine.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we want to get
Okay.
away from the river as quick as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, the hawk is 100 feet ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we go to like this bit of bay here. Yeah,
Yep.
that's good.
And during this time, you basically just end like right on the tippy top of this
Yeah,
day
perfect.
phase. Because you move stealthily, this was pretty much it for your day phase and for your special encounter. Give me 1 second. Do-do-do. You have a handful of things that is going to happen because I rolled really, really poorly for you guys, and I apologize ahead of time. Where is it? My document with all my encounter stuff. Excuse me, guys. Let me pull up that document. Go here.
So party, we probably should try to stay away from the water because of evil water snake.
34. What is that? Okay. Ooh. That is going to be quite the circumstance. Okay. How do you guys feel about main mosquitoes?
I
Easy to
haven't
AoE.
seen any yet, so
Yeah.
I'm covered in spikes so if they try to hug me.
Mhm.
True.
We'll see how that interaction goes.
Give me a second. Because this matters a lot. And then we are going to roll some stuff. Tell us, Jacob, how do you feel about man-sized mosquitoes?
I feel like a glaive is a good extermination tool.
How the fuck did I roll that much? Okay. If I rolled it, I rolled it. Okay. Just notate. If you guys manage to survive this, you're going to be a lot richer.
He just tempted us so we don't like just escape. He wants us to fight and kill him because now he's like, oh, there's so much gold. Oh. Oof.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That's good, I think. Let me roll a d2 to see if you get anything else. You do. Wow, you guys are getting all the items of this one. Hold on, give me a second. Sure, okay. There we go.
So party marching order. Who's in front? Are we doing Clothius in the front and then Heavy Blade in the back, or are we?
Oh
wanna
yeah,
be
it
in the
sounds
front
like
anyways.
it. Also, I think the
Yeah.
polywogs should stay somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
thinking like in the middle to like either side of us, like keep like looking outwards, kind of like best watch ways.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Um,
Bird 100 feet ahead.
Just circling.
This should be good because Canis, you got a 24. Sophia, you got a 23. Jacob, you got a 13. That's not the best in the world, but this should still be pretty good. I just have to roll for their state. We got a 12 on the money. 12 is, oh my god, I don't know how this is going to happen. Okay. You hear a commotion when you ford the river, and the sun starts to, or whatever light source that's existing out there. It might be a sun, it might be a giant eye. Whatever light source is out there that's illuminating you guys starts to getting low in the sky. You hear quite the commotion. You hear what seems to be like a mix between some version of common and buzzing.
Does my hawk see any of this before we do?
So you forded the river. Your hawk wouldn't see what's happening quite yet, but if you wanted to send it in the direction that you hear the commotion, you definitely could.
You could probably see
Uh,
up high from a good safe distance. They would have to fly really high to get it.
The only problem is that you have an overworld hazard that has cuts your vision down to like pretty cuts your vision down to around like 500 feet, to which you can see in any one direction. So that's the main issue with the hawk, is that it won't necessarily be able to see exactly what's making the noise until it gets close enough to see it.
Okay, I'll give the like specific order to my hawk.
Mhm.
Well, technically falcon. Gather intel,
Mhm.
and then get out. So like dashing the entire time.
Mhm.
And just being like on the edge of vision.
Yeah.
And then out.
Sure. Okay. This sound is coming from basically like due east, like maybe like half a hex away. So your owl flies in that direction, and basically this is like a reconnaissance mission, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, gotcha. About half an hour later or so, your owl comes back, and it relays to you the information. There seems to be two groups of you know those weird sturge goblin things you saw?
Sturgeons.
Yeah, there are two groups of those, but they're the bigger ones that can fly. That seem to be having a pretty heated discussion where weapons are drawn. But they have not quite yet gone to blows yet, but that could happen any second now. It looks like it's pretty heated.
Okay. I'll relay that to the party. Do we approach, or do we just we could like milk information out of them?
Yeah, two groups of these creatures.
I just like leaving enemies behind us when we're trying to sneak forward. And it's a good way to get ambushed on the way back.
That's true. Yeah, probably. How many creatures are there?
Oops. Let me get that for you. Two plus two. So for those guys, you are going to run into. Let me roll this for you. Yes. Oof. That is a lot of those duders. Okay. Yeah. It's like two groups of 8.
Two groups, so 16 in total. They
Mhm.
seem to be having a conflict. They're all the large versions
Mm-hmm.
that can fly.
Mm-hmm.
They're fighting
Not
the
worth,
other ones.
I don't think.
Do you think they could like come from behind us as we're moving ahead?
We probably assume that these are under control of the hack, right?
Well, if they're having a dispute, one group is, and it's possible one group isn't.
Maybe. Is there any way we should probably approach cautiously, stealthily, and try to see how the conflict plays out?
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, if we get within like 100 feet of it, I could just have my hawk watch it all. Not hawk, falcon, owl. You know, it's a bird. It's one of them.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We approach slowly and stealthily.
Okay. As you guys get closer, you basically come in the middle of a sort of clearing. There are not many trees here, but the trees that are here, you can see about 100 feet in front of you via the owl sphere. The trees that are here do have those mosquito men standing in them, on either side of like a clearing, which is maybe about 100 feet wide or so. And on either side of the clearing, you can see those two groups. Some members of the groups of each one look a little scuffed, as if they've gotten in maybe like a physical tussle. But nobody looks like they've taken any mortal wounds yet. In particular, there are two that look bigger than the other ones that are on the ground. And they are sort of in each other's faces. As much as they can be with those weird pike faces. As I mentioned before, they sort of resemble the Sturge blades, but they're much more humanoid than the Sturge blades, which almost looks like if you took a mosquito and you gave it like a body. These look more like if you took a mane, you put him at like his physical peak around the age of like, I don't know, between like 20 and 25. You basically turn his skin like dark red, and then you gave him a mosquito mouth. So these look like more humanoid than they do mosquito-like than the other creatures. The big difference is that these ones actually have wings on their backs, large mosquito wings that are translucent. Except for around the edge of the wings is like a little film that also has like a tinge of dark red too. These creatures are, for the most part, they are hairless, but they wear like nomadic rags, almost like you would expect for like a barbarian tribe, so like hides. Some of them you can see are actually wearing some of the scales that you can find on those dragonoid creatures, and some are wearing hides. You can see that they're wielding weapons. They have rudimentary weapons like spears and longbows as well. And these two groups, one of the groups, you speak common, right, Saphir? Of course you speak common.
Yeah.
You can hear one group that is on one side. In particular, the clearing is either on the east or the west side. On the and this is, I know that sounded like gang warfare. This isn't gang warfare. I swear to God.
Poggers.
You can hear the one that is on the east side is telling the leader on the west side in like a weird buzzing speech. He's like, "Get out of my way! I'm not gonna tell you again." And he's got like his hand pretty much like on his spear, ready to fight. And then the one that's directly in front of him has his his arms crossed. You can see his weird mosquito muscles bulging. And he's like, "Brother, you need to come home and leave that witch alone. She's gonna drive you to your doom." This is what you see at the moment. Now, that's the dialogue I'm going to give you. You can see that the one that's wielding the spear is probably not intending to like stay here for too much longer. What do you do?
Do we let the conflict resolve, and if they go their separate ways, then we maybe gank one group, or do we just let them go their own ways?
Well, one group is obviously with the hag, and one isn't.
Mm-hmm.
If you do want to gank one, it's gonna be the hag group.
Absolutely, agree.
Yeah.
Well, if we can convince more people to leave the hag, it might make everything easier. But I'm not sure how feasible that's going to be, considering the relationship we have with these things.
There's probably no way that the other like bloodsuckers are gonna like be sympathetic towards our cause of overthrowing the hag.
No, because we probably wanted to kill their brethren to do it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it sounds like they're basically just mercenaries, not really terribly aligned in their goals. So, I mean, it might be possible.
The one group sounds like they're willing to kill other sturgeons to get to the hag, or to serve the hag.
You thought you were just gonna. You thought you were gonna get away with it? Sturgeon.
I am.
Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Anyways.
Let me see.
it
I'm
seems
gonna.
like they're pretty loyal. If they're willing to kill their brethren for her.
I guess the only thing I'm wondering is there any way we can recruit the other good bloodsuckers?
Maybe if
He-
they
he
come to
called him my
blows and then we
brother,
come
right?
in and kill the witches Sturges.
I mean, he called him brother, though. It seems like the dispute is that these are like former family members that split off to serve the hag, right? And he's trying to pull him back. That seems to be the story. So maybe they'd be thankful if we killed the hag, but I wonder if there's anything before the fight that we can leverage.
Well, my issue is most of these creatures consider us unmute things as abominations.
Yeah,
So they might just attack on sight.
yeah, that's the thing.
They could like say, "Oh, hey, we hate the hag, but we're gonna kill all you anyway."
Yeah, maybe if we just gank the hag mobs afterwards, that's best, simplest, cleanest.
Yeah.
Uh,
They're
I
already
guess we
injured.
could I don't know, maybe we could capture one of the groups. Capture
Yeah,
the
there-
witches group.
Yeah, we might there might be like one or two survivors. But it's almost like an afterthought.
I say we let them come to blows, and then we intervene, helping the non-witch side, and then informing them of our plan to defeat the witch.
So the problem would be that the other side probably won't attack the hag mobs, right? Because they like obviously care about them somewhat, and it seems like they're not going to come to blows. It seems like they were going to go
These are
their
two
separate
groups of
ways.
humanoid sturges. So they
Mhm.
I don't know if they care about the goblinoids.
Oh, or some goblin and some human.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Oh, I thought it was two groups of humans.
Well, these are two groups of humans. But overall, in the witches' forces, I don't imagine the humanoids care for the goblinoids.
They're just spread out.
Yeah, I don't think we fight all of this. I don't think we intervene. Mega, it seemed like they were sort of going their separate ways, right?
The
Or-
red one was going to push past the blue one.
Oh, okay. I guess we see if they start fighting, we can pick up the survivors. That's probably simplest.
Yeah. Basically, what happens is the red one pushes past the blue one grabs the red one. The red one basically punches the blue one. And as he falls down, his group gets ready to fly in with their spears, as well as the other group. But the blue one holds his hands up and says, "Let me go," and they fly by.
And the red ones were with the hag, right?
That was the group that was on the side where the guy was saying, "Get out of my way," basically.
Was that the guy
Okay.
with the spear?
Yes.
Okay, so those guys are the hag ones.
Yes. Who has the highest perception check for this day? Canis, you will notice that most of these creatures were wearing rags, wielding rudimentary weapons like spears. Some of them have like handcrafted hand axes on their sides. And then others are wielding longbows, very rudimentary weaponry. The one in the middle that was facing the one with the spear on the blue side had a very fancy ring
One.
on. This
All right. Some go murder hobo all of them then.
Oh, so this is what I'm
we-
thinking. That's what I'm thinking. As they pass by and the blue head opposite direction, we stalk the red group and then attack them from behind as soon as they're like a little bit away from the blue group.
But the blue group
I-
has the loot. That's the problem here.
Well, they
Oh, the
both
blue
have
group-
loot. They both have loot.
Well, yeah. So
I
either
thought the blue one had like a nice ring.
the red one did.
The red one has a very ornate spear.
Okay. Are we gonna have to murder both?
Let's just. I don't think we murder either of them. I think we let the red ones go.
But they're
and
headed the
we
same
talk
direction.
with-
That's the issue.
We talk with the blue ones.
We tried diplomacy with the blue ones. Oh yeah. Worst case scenario, we just gank them and
Yeah.
kill them and get the ring. Sweet.
I'm thinking we could probably use them for our purposes. Like have them create a diversion while we go sneak into the witch's place.
Okay, we
Yes,
can try to talk
okay.
to them.
Yeah, okay. I like this. Yes. And if we have to kill the blue ones, then
Then oh well, yeah.
Right around the time when you guys sort of conclude your plan, you see the blue one is on the ground, and his two of his brethren sort of like fly up and help him up, and you see him like sort of push them off, almost as if he doesn't want to help, and he just kind of like sits there, dejected looking.
who has the highest charisma?
Canis.
Yep.
You
And that's
should
when
probably...
we walk onto the scene.
Okay, just real quick.
Okay.
How do we... What's our pitch here? We want to kill the hag.
He talks to everybody there. He's like, okay, I can either walk in, big dick swing and intimidation, or deception by like pumping us up a little harder than we actually are. So you think we should?
I'm thinking
which
just
one?
straight persuasion.
No,
we-
persuasion only +6. Both those are +11 is why I'm saying that.
Well, why would we like
With
these people?
persuasion.
And I'm
And
not
because
looking to
when that
intimidate
fails-
these guys.
Could we can lie about something they'll literally never figure out or know?
Well, I'm saying we just tell them we are looking to defeat the witch, and once the witch is defeated, your brothers will be they'll have no cause to fight for, and they might come back.
Do we
Okay,
want to
so
like sprinkle in a lie that we know some of her like she like made some of our friends her slaves?
we're gonna say we have a foolproof plan to kill the hag. That's a lie.
True.
That's
What
a
the fuck am I
bald-faced
looking
lie.
at?
That's a bald-faced fucking lie. Okay, what the fuck is that?
Special token for the guy with the loot.
You guys don't
Um,
recognize that token?
No.
No, let me zoom in.
It's Sin.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, get the fuck out of here, that bastard.
Okay, so Canis, he sends a message so he doesn't scare anybody. A message to the main guy like we come in peace. He tells him what direction they're standing in so he can see him with his hands up as he calmly approaches. He only takes one step forward. He doesn't like keep walking. He calmly talks to him in his ear with message. And explains like, hey, we come in peace.
Are you guys this close, or you want to be further back?
Oh, we're further back, but I'm assuming like further back, and I
Yeah.
took a step forward. I'm
But you're
assuming.
like here, yeah. So
Yeah.
you sort of come on the map. You whisper, you're like, "Hey, we come in peace."
I
That
stepped about
one,
like right here.
that one in particular. What the fuck was it? The second guy. The first one in particular, like looks up in your direction, and sees you.
I can talk to basically all of them. By the way, I can talk to everything in 120 feet.
Yeah.
The
The only thing I'm questioning is I don't know if speaking to somebody's head is the most adequate way of introducing yourself, especially when you're dealing with a woods witch whose specialty is charming.
No, wait, hold on. First thing is this guy up here. Who get this guy off the map? Bye, get him off the map.
Why?
Yeah, because we wouldn't be doing this if there was still an enemy like right there.
Oh wait, there's enemies you can see? Oh, I'm
yes,
sorry.
right
yeah.
here.
I meant
There's a red
to
guy right
do
here.
that, yeah. My
Okay, there we go.
apologies. Yeah, I didn't see
I'm about to say you think it's slick. Like,
it.
okay,
Yeah, no,
but,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So okay, instead it's like, excuse me, come to parlay, and he holds his hands up, take it one step forward, and make a mirror image of himself, make him step forward.
Mm-hmm.
That way, if they kill this guy, he's a mirror image.
So you walk up
What?
and you interact with them, and they do not seem to be hostile at first glance, but they seem a little taken aback by your appearance. They sort of buzz amongst each other for a second, and then all of the other 7 look at you with their compact eyes, which is really weird because they have compact eyes, but unlike the smaller ones, they have like a weird like single pupil behind them. And then they look at him. And then he looks at you and he says, "What are you?"
I am.
Chads.
I am personally elf. I am sort of from one of the civilizations up north, near the mountain. Or what are you? What are your people called?
I am a
People.
sturgeon.
You know what? You know what, Saphir? Thank you. They will be called sturgeons because I was calling them
Based.
sturgemen, but now they will be sturgeons. Thank you, Saphir.
That's less corny, yeah, for sure.
He was
Yeah,
very emotional about the event that just happened with his brother, so he literally slapped himself in the chest and said, "I am a sturgeon."
you are a sturgeon.
Feel
We
strong, man.
are sturgeons.
Wait, you're not. You don't look like sturgeons.
I
Good
don't actually
eyes.
say that. You understand? I
Oh,
was
okay.
like,
Oh, sorry. Okay.
you thought it was hard to make a come on, dude. Come on.
I
Sorry.
am. I
Yeah.
am a sturgeon.
He says, well, we are sturgemen. What business do you have in our lands?
Well, we came to, we were trying to improve our
Do not
situation
came.
here. Hmm?
Oh, sorry. Good. That was me.
Over there, we can improve our situation, make peace with some other peoples in this blighted land. We met the Polywogs, and either way, we had heard of a witch in this area making again.
Puggy Wug?
Puggy Wugs, apologize.
Are
What
Kermit
is... Oh, yeah. Let me put them on the map for you guys. They're hiding behind you guys. Because they don't like these guys. Because they eat them. Let's put you here.
So he was like, we heard there was an evil witch, evil hag down here, making the world worse, and we were here to deal with her.
You come to bring us tribute? He points at those creatures behind you. And
No,
Saphir will speak up.
furry
Nah,
one?
little homie.
The furry one looks juicy too. He points at you.
No, they are guides to the hag of the bog, swamp, marsh thing. All swampy land names.
So you don't bring us food. What do you bring us then?
Freedom for your brothers. And he kind of like gives them a knowing look.
He bug gasp. Mm. All the other ones look at him as he like sort of fiddles with the ring that's on his finger. What do you mean? What are you getting at? What do you know?
I mean, the extermination of the witch and all her corruption, and the lack of a twisted cause to lead your brethren astray.
These are good goals to have. How can I trust you? How do I know you're not the witch?
Well, I mean, we're headed to her right now. Like she's there right now in her base of operations. Has the witch ever looked like what we are? Four-legged, 2 legs, 2 arms, like just he does his little hands
You
and like.
would be surprised. She looks almost exactly like you in particular.
But she isn't, and he kind of like hunches it back over, like I thought she looked more like this, and kind of like makes like.
No. Contemporarily, I think you would say she's at least a 9 out of 10.
There's no way.
Damn.
He breaks character for this. He's like, there's no way. Really?
She's 9.
He
Damn.
like rubs his chin a little bit. He gives him a look like, "Are you fucking with me? Are you serious?" Like,
Does she have the
No.
capability of becoming 6 different things?
He looks outside of the screen. What is that a reference to?
I mean, there's 6 individuals here, so
Well, he's asking us if we're with the witch, but Saphir will step forward. No, if we were with the witch, we would be with these guys. I point to the Polyworks, and we'd be murdering you guys.
Good point. Hello, little frog friends. your friend or food.
He tells for them to just say, tell them to say your friends.
Oh, oh, please, oh, great flying ones, don't eat us. All right. You look like you would be cool. Anyway. What business do you have with us?
We would like to incorporate you in our plan.
Plan?
Play the
Well,
witch. We
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 all
plan
share
plan
a
to
common
steal
goal.
from the witch to create a concoction to defeat her.
whether it be just information you might have to more easily assault her, or a diversion, or whatever you think you'd be comfortable with. We know this is pretty sudden and out of the blue, so we're not expecting, you know, us to like shake hands and march side by side or anything. But
What is
we
your
we
plan? What do you wish to do with her?
we were given two options by the leader of, and he points to like the bug people. Like, okay, they are both formerly the same type of creature, but before the fog touched them, and she thinks that a plant that grows near the witch's abode could be made into a poultice to clear out the corruption her mind has been involved with in her body, obviously. Even though apparently she's 9 out of 10 still, so he's still calling that. He's like,
Hmm.
But the
She's
corruption,
jamming, bro.
the fog that is in not only controlled her body but her mind. Apparently, there's a poultice that can be made to potentially free her from this. Or if there's no longer an option, then we will end her.
That witch has ruled her territory for over a decade. You think you challenge her power?
We've already destroyed the Queen of the Trogs from up north. And Jerry the Flame Cook.
I know not of these names. The
He's a general of the Necromancer who potentially caused this disaster in the first place.
he shrugs. I know not of these names. Your accolades mean nothing to me. You have
Okay,
shown
dude.
me nothing. You ask for help from me. In exchange, you offer me to save my brother from his own stupid mistakes.
I mean, he's still your brother, right?
Yes, it would be
That's what-
mutually
that's what-
beneficial.
That's what you do for your brothers. You save them from their dumbass mistakes.
He buzzes for a second, and then he. Wait, how do I swap it? Yeah, he turns around
Oh,
and talks to his brothers. His other brothers.
You like just rip one or something?
Buzz, 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 buzz.
he escaped his 2D confines for a second.
Buzz, buzz. Let me get in the middle here. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, 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 buzz. They buzz around. When they speak to each other, it's less common and more buzzing. But there are still some words you get here and there. You get like trustworthy, and you get the word specifically, not the phrase "not trustworthy" several times. You get the word "curious" a bunch, and then you get the word "baked" a few times. After their buzz session, the first one will turn back towards the rest of you and say, your goal today is to steal one of her plants?
Yes,
Our plan
again.
today is our plan is to destroy her, either by the fruit which she grows, or by blade and fist.
Either the person she was returns, or she dies. Either way, the hack will be removed from the equation. Mega, by the way, could you
Buzz?
tell me how big a 30-foot box would be?
Oh, and I can move my token, and the polybox are two forward.
You
We're
wanna
getting
move
ready
it
to jump in.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't you play with me. Don't you play with me. Are you serious? Move it over a little bit to the right, because I can shoot it from 120 feet away.
Buzz will step forward. And say,
No, he fine. He right there.
well,
Don't
no,
worry.
he's literally gonna step forward and say,
Okay.
if you can guarantee that you can get rid of that witch, I'll give you one of my
I'll give you
flowers.
flowers.
He tilts his head. What kind of flower?
Does he mean rejuvenating flowers?
Yes. He will say, that's what you want to steal from her, correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's the dream.
Oh my god,
I
based.
have one.
What is all we need, man?
This
I
fruit can bring
need
down the hag.
your word that you will not harm our kin.
We need some way of identifying them.
They
Could you
This
maybe
is the
like-
only way that your kin will not come to harm.
He looks
Could
at
you,
he looks at the guy behind him, and then he looks at you. He looks at the guy behind him.
Did you like distract them or like get them maybe out of the like line of fire?
Wait, no, they're laughing at my fucking question, the bastards.
Oh.
Fuck these guys. We're killing a.
To be
Hey, dude,
fair, it wasn't exactly a great question.
Just give me the signal here. Knock the patterns about to blast all
Oh
these
shit!
fools.
Wait, they're red dudes.
I'm kidding. They're not actually.
Look, keep playing with Mega. All these guys are about to get fucked hard. You better be careful. I literally have like
Canis,
a
what's up with you
literal-
and committing war crimes, man? Come on, man.
These guys are in a
War
perfect
crimes,
20 by
they're
20 cube.
They're mosquito. I'm gonna hit them with that, then hit them with a shatter, and then we roll initiative. I'm hit them with another shatter.
We
It's
hit
gonna
him
go
with the
be bad. It's gonna be
entangle.
ugly.
We hit him with the
Yeah,
web.
web. It's gonna be ugly. It's gonna be ugly. You better be careful, Mega.
Yeah, he looks at you with his weird mix of compound eyes and also pupilled eyes. He looks at you, in particular, Canis, because you seem to be speaking as like the leader here, and he says, "I need your word. You will not harm our kin. We do not care what happens to the diminutive ones. They are not kin of ours. They are mutations."
He will hold up his hands like, "Do you know a way to move around where they're stationed? Are they her personal guard? How best can we avoid them?"
They have several different stations around her territory. You will want to avoid hitting any of their nests, and you will also want to avoid a assault on her base because they are her elite guard.
Well, how will we reach her without assaulting her base?
That is your problem.
So we draw a rudimentary map on the ground. I step forward a little bit. Can you
Just like
point?
for the visual, yeah.
What's that?
Yeah. Can you point? I showed like where the rivers are. Like where are these nests? What should we avoid so we don't come to blows with your kin?
Okay. He goes to the overworld. Let me drag you guys over
Oh shit!
there. It's loading.
Fucking base negotiations.
So as I draw on the map, Candace uses message with the party. Mind you, the bug can't see my mouth. You know, I can do this with barely with my mouth. But all my friends here is like perfect volume. So with this fucking plant, can't we just go back, heal the polywalk queen, and then go murder the fuck out of the hag?
Yeah, it actually sounds like a really good idea.
Yeah,
If
like
we heal
all jokes
her,
aside.
she's just like healthy.
Yeah, she's just healthy. Then we fuck it.
Where is it? Let me. Can you guys? Are you on the overworld?
Yes, we are.
Alrighty. Let me brighten up the token a little bit so you can see a little bit more. So we go here, and then we want to give them vision. Let's do 30. Oop, not that far. 30. Boop. Alrighty. He will tell you explicitly that the base, her forward base is in this hex, right alongside that small, or rather large lake, I should say. Um, and the territories of his brethren are sort of surrounding it. So you will find one in this hex, and you will find one in this hex. But the territory that has those little guys in it can be found all throughout, like the hex you currently are in, like this hex, and then further north. So
Could you
as
put
long
it
as
right?
you, yeah, as long as you stay away from,
Could you
I
put,
put,
yeah, could you
I
put
do.
like red outlines on the mosquito mini hexes?
So these
Yeah.
are the mosquito men hexes, and then I do blue for the little guy hexes, for the mosquito goblin hexes. So you find some here, 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 and here. If
And
you,
this is where the main base is.
yes, like I'll put that on the map for you guys as well.
This is so useful.
Sweet deal.
Okay, so if we want to avoid the guys while getting to her, we should make our way like this.
Like that.
We might not want to hug the river, but maybe like
yeah,
this.
a
Yeah.
snake. Yeah, serpentine.
We're fine with fighting the blue dudes.
Yeah, fuck them.
Yeah. They're
They actually
Yeah.
said like they don't care either.
Fuck
They don't care
those
about them.
parasites.
Okay.
go-
I'm just
go-
wondering. It's more combat, and it's probably like, why roll the dice instead of just avoiding them?
and we might just like cross the river here and then here because we're gonna go back and give the flower to her.
Yeah, true.
So
The problem
smart.
is, if you guys want to go this route, you are going to have to go longer with the Sturgemen to their territory to get the flower, and then you're going to have to double back and bring, or conversely, yeah, no, that's pretty much all you have to do, because the sturgeons.
I am.
The sturgeons do not know how to make the potions. They just know the locations of the flowers in their territory, where the hag can't get them, and she cannot send her forces to get them because they're her it's their territory.
Can we have them bring the flower to the Polywog base?
The only danger is they're going to have to fly to and from the Sturgeon Witch's territory, which might be a problem. Because this here was a pretty dangerous mission. They were here as like a last effort to sort of get their kin back. But it's possible. You might have to roll a pretty good persuasion roll on that one.
Where is their place?
Far, even beyond like the most allied to the hag, the Sturgeon's territory. It's far to the east of that.
Nah.
Okay, yeah. So we should at least try to convince them to bring it
Yeah,
to
if the
us.
fruit is like super far away, then yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because this trip will take them several days to go get it
or like
and bring it
meet
to
us halfway.
Yeah, I think if you guys want to, you probably could tell them to meet you back where you currently are.
Yeah, that would be best.
They're
Yeah.
just primo.
I think they would do that. So here is what we have to do. I'm going to need a handful of things from you guys, so this doesn't turn into an encounter next time. I'm going to need Canis to give me your best "I'm being honest" roll, or you can give me your best "I'm not being honest" roll, and that's going to determine what happens next.
Okay, I'm gonna do my best. Could it be intimidation as far as like we're confident? Like they're intimidated by these strangers they've never met. That's okay. Yeah, you're right.
We're looking for persuasion or deception.
All right, it's gonna be deception then, because that plus that extra 5 might save us.
Mhm.
All right, this is advantage, disadvantage, because I'm pretty sure we've
It's
been
just
pretty
straight.
good. Straight.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Big bullets,
Maybe
no whammies.
inspiration, since we have it. Nah,
Yeah,
probably
you
not.
can use your inspiration. That is true.
Just throwing
Okay.
that out there.
I'll be using my inspiration. How does that work?
Just roll, and if it doesn't go well, roll again.
You can roll
Okay.
another d20.
You get advantage.
Basically, this is the hopes of the people behind, giving you like their spirit bomb energy. You might want to roll again. You might crit it.
So true.
Do I lose the first roll?
No,
No.
you got it.
Oh, okay. Fuck it. All right.
If you crit it, he might actually come all the way, but no. Okay. What happens is this strange man who looks like a normal human, but you put a dark red paint on him and gave him a mosquito face. And he's wearing rags, wielding a spear and a long bow. He sticks his hand out to you. Canis.
Mm-hmm.
He sticks
Oh,
his hand out to you.
I'll shake his hand.
Yes, when you shake his hand, you find it rather warm.
Yeah, he's a mosquito. It makes sense.
Yeah, kind of comforting. And you see about as much as a mosquito can emote. He sort of like looks at you like inquisitively, and he says, "I hope I can trust you."
The death of the hag is the best thing for both of us.
I
And
understand that, but
I'll bet my life on.
for us, he gestures to his clan. You can see they're very nomadic with their rudimentary weapons and rags. Family is everything. You get us that back, we might have reward for you outside of this plant.
Ooh, more incentive to not kill their kin.
Yeah, understood. But also, I mean, if possible, maybe don't eat as many of the little guys over there. In the meantime, just
We don't if we don't have to.
Okay,
But,
okay.
Yeah, they look at the Bellows and like, yeah, and they eat us from time to time, but we're not like their main thing.
Okay, well, he kind of whispers to the mosquito guys like, oh, okay, they made it seem like y'all fucking killed them like every hour. Okay, we're leaving. Okay.
Well, when you have teenagers, they act up sometimes. So from time to time, they eat some weird frog people.
I see. Even though that's absolutely fucked, but he's not gonna say anything. He's like, "Oh, my teenage discretion is murder."
So they have
So,
like a puggy walk phase.
we just hit 6 hours, so I'm going to go ahead and tally up some XP for you guys. I don't think we got any gold today, right?
No, I don't believe so.
You were counting up gold, so I'm assuming there's one of these guys got a bunch of gold, which is why I was tempted to murder him.
Oh yeah, both groups had gold. If you killed both of them, you would have gotten 2 rare magic items. One would increase dex by +2. The other one is a +1 spear that gives you resistance to acid damage, which would be really good for that fucking tracker thing. And then they had about 600 GP between the 2 groups.
You just want us to kill them, huh?
No.
I want that ring.
You currently have that high to poison resistance. We can just dally that up whenever you guys get back, because right now it doesn't really do anything for you. And then let me get the XP for those Draco dials. I believe it's only like 400. It wasn't that much.
But what about the negotiations?
The lore.
You're getting a fuck ton of exploration XP. We go here, that, and then we have this 8. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's get 400 each for the Draco Downs, and then for that, and then I do that for that. Okay. So each person today, between I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this, because I think I want to do like, I think I want to do half now and half later. I think that's what I do. So I'm giving you Discovery XP and XP for discovering Mama T, sort of telling her that you're going to go with the peaceful option. I'll give you half for like saying you're going for the peaceful option, and then I'll give you the other half for actually doing it. So there's that. And then I give you Discovery XP for discovering the sturgeons, and making a sort of pact with them. I'll give you half for making the pact with them, and then I give you the other half for actually getting an alliance. Because right now it's more so like a contract. So in total, everybody is going to get 1100 XP for today's session.
1100.
Sweet.
Nice.
1100, yes. You got like area specific XP for each like discovery, and then you got like half XP for the making the sort of contracts between the Momity and the Sturgeons. But yeah, guys, I will have the next listing up sometime. I'm still in the middle of thinking about like what I wanted to do as far as the campaign is concerned, because I was talking to my wife about it yesterday. I was like, I kind of want to take some time and work on it a little bit more. So I'm thinking about taking a break in like mid July, and then coming back in August to open the listings back up. So you guys just keep an eye out for those, and then sometime I believe in early August I'm going to open it back up, and then you guys can sign up for the next part of this expedition to finish like this mission.
Gotcha.
Yep. But you guys, thank you for playing with me. In the Discord, if you guys have any questions, make sure to hit me up and just ping me, and I can answer you as soon as possible. Other than that, we will be back next Sunday with, I believe, that is Saints Group taking a new player on a expedition, which should be a lot of fun. But yeah, thank you guys for playing me. Thank you for everybody for watching.